as I still fiddle with stuff. Um,
Yeah.
oops. But yeah. Oh, I should also like tweet out that we're live or something. Um, Bloomberg set limited set review with Lynn. We're going to do all the commons today and all the uncommons tomorrow. Okay. Um, oh right. For some reason, it doesn't like when you are like, for some reason my OBS doesn't like when Discord is like Discord's video breaks when like there's a different full screen window on top of it, which is weird to me. Um, okay. Add new source instead. Bloom. Oh, you there?
Yes, I think.
Hmm?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm back. Okay. This is
Great.
probably on my end.
Yeah, it seemed like it was on your end. Okay. Um. So there's that. And grades. Can you like paste somewhere where what the grades mean? I go get some water.
Oh, well, I mean, it's in the spreadsheet, but you want like I don't know. They want the grades. They should look at the spreadsheet.
Or can you paste the spreadsheet link? Oh, it's right there. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Maybe this was too early to go live while we're still figuring out audio stuff, but screw it. I can't find my headphones, so I guess I'm not using my mic. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Can you say something to test audio, by the way?
Sure. I'll test some audio. I talking about the first card, which is Bloom Creek. That's enough.
How do I? Okay, I'm just gonna increase your volume on Discord, and hopefully that should make things good enough. Okay, let's then look at chat, which I've not been paying attention to until now. It's fine. Lag on Julian, but can hear. There's lag on Julian? Are you sure there's lag on Julian? Uh, let's let's try counting down from 5 or something.
Like together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On
All
3.
right.
Oh, sorry.
Starting from
Okay.
6.
5.
Oh.
Yeah. 6, 5,
4.
4.
No.
Okay.
5, 4,
4,
3,
3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
How synced was that?
Oh, oh, we were merged, but then you stopped and started over again. Oh man, that was failure.
Whatever. I'm sure that was fine. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
told that was good and silly. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's. Oh, this probably makes things out of whack, but I need it to be more like this. Okay. Now I need to fix the slides thing. Um. Okay. Let's just put that there. I probably need to fix everything. Oh. Yeah. Where are we? Sorry about this. What the fuck happened? Okay, I need to redo this thing. Yes, I want to move that. Okay, and this. Uh, needs to like go here or something. Probably. I'm just gonna not have camera here so it stops doing that. Okay. This is a disaster, but that's fine. This the same size. There. And let's capture source. That real quick. Oops, that's not the right thing to move. Okay. Scale that up. Okay, that looks about good. Okay. Um, think that's mostly good then. And I can probably put this just here. Uh, Let me see. Where's there's this thing. Add command grades here. And Julian, as always, is in charge of keeping that up to date. And oh, maybe I want to. Whatever. No, not whatever. Let's copy this over and make another text thingy. Um, Ah, on. Let's increase the font just a bit. A bit more. Okay. Think we're about ready to start? Assuming you are, Julian?
Yeah. Good.
Okay, great. In that case, let me go get my cup of water and then BRB, and then we'll start.
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry that took longer to get started than I assumed when I started the stream. But welcome to our Bloomborough Commons and Uncommons set review. As always, I'm joined by Julian. Julian, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Julian. I have been drafting for a while, and every set, Jason and I talk about all the cards. I'll be keeping track of the grades and our color averages.
Yeah, we didn't do one last set because, to quote Julian, he does not play non-standard sets, or he does not draft non-standard sets or something. You really missed out on the last
Yeah,
one. MHC is a really good set. You should
I
draft it.
didn't play it. It was good. All right. I'm sure someday I'll have a relevant tournament that I'm actually like practicing for. That's one of those formats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to follow along with our what arbitrary numbers we assign these arbitrary cards, you can use the exclamation mark grades command. Julian probably will be giving real numbers that like reflect his real
So as
opinions.
always, I will be encouraging Jason to make the numbers less arbitrary. Jason will be encouraging me to make them more arbitrary. But
Indeed.
my goal is that the numbers are on a scale from 1 to 11, where 1 is an Uno card instead of a Magic the Gathering card, and 11 is a Mythic. And then 6 would be average or good, because the average cards are good nowadays. And we have a description of everything in between with a nice one-word vibe for each number.
I love one-word vibes personally.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how I'm gonna be getting Jason to express their opinions more precisely. I'm gonna say, do you think this is mediocre or decent? And based on that, we'll find out which it should be.
Anyways, so today we're hoping to cover like all the commons as well as all the gold cards, the gold uncommons and commons this time. Like doing the structure that we generally do is to look at all of the gold uncommons first, and in this case also gold commons, just to get a sense of like what each color pair is doing, and then after that, go through all the commons. In order of color and then mana value, and then after that, look at all of the uncommons. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started. So in this set, each color pair has one gold uncommon, like signpost card, as well as one hybrid common. So I've grouped them both here. So first, for blue-white, we have Plume Creed Mentor. Oh, also each color pair in the set is associated with a creature type, and these will generally care about those creature types, I think. So this is one white-blue for a 2/3 bird scout. Whenever it or another creature you control with flying enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control without flying. Notably, this doesn't like inherently call out birds, but obviously a lot of the like all of the birds that you'll have flying, and like a lot of the flying creatures will be birds.
You didn't mention this card also has flying, as it is a bird.
Oh yeah, sorry. This is a 3-mana 2/3 flyer, bird scout. Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, just scrolling through, I don't think any of these gold cards actually mention the creature
Oh,
type,
interesting.
but they often or always are the creature type. Yeah, it seems like the vast majority of creatures in the set have one of the 10 creature types, but there's only a couple synergy cards for each creature.
Okay. I thought it was much more creature synergy
Yeah,
than that. But
yeah.
yeah, so this notably will be this is a blue white flyers deck that wants you to also have things without flying, which is interesting and kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it's not like you can't just have a squadron of flyers. You need a mix.
Yeah, like you can't just like have all
That
of your
sounds like
attacking
a lot of
force
work.
in the air, right? Like, generally
Yeah,
in like flyers decks, you want maybe some like high toughness creatures on the ground to block or something, but then like you're generally attacking in the air only. But like if this is putting counters on your ground creatures, then you probably
yeah.
are like attacking with both, which is weird. But I mean this is a very high rate card, right? Like 3 mana, 2/3 flyer
Yeah.
with a +1/+1 counter.
You, if you get the counter on ATB, it's already set.
Yep.
All right. Looking through, all of the birds have flying, as you'd expect in the set. So
there's
you're
no
going to need to play.
there's no
This is actually saying
penguins.
you need to play some non-bird. Yeah, no turkeys. It's just actual flying. Anyway,
So what grade are we giving this?
all right. Oh wait. So also, do we? Every set we have to redecide whether we care about colors. Like, do we give a penalty for being gold? I think we do,
Yes.
according to the grading philosophy. How it's about how early impacts will the card be taken on average, and so there's a penalty for being gold. Okay. Uh,
I think this is good.
so this card is good. All right. So that's a 6.
Great.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll move on to the common.
so are we all? Is the way that we're alternating, meaning I'm always reading the uncommon, you're always reading the common? That's funny.
We don't have to do that. We could. You could have you do both and I do both or something.
Sure, I will be the blue-white advocate. So next we have
Okay.
a Seed Pod Squire, which is 3 and a hybrid Azorius for a 3/3 flyer. So classic 4 mana 3/3 flyer. It's a bird scout again. And whenever it attacks, target creature you control without flying gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So like it's kind of like a 4/4 flyer. Not really, but like whenever it attacks, you get the extra stat point, which can be quite impactful. It's like not that good on defense, or like it's just as good as a 4 mana 3/3 flyer on defense, but like attacking.
And it would obviously be much better if it could target things with flying instead.
Yeah,
And it
like
would just actually attack.
it's interesting that you can't target itself, right? And also like the 1 point that you're getting, it does not have evasion by definition. I want to
So
say that I remember there's some bird in the set that says like when it enters, give something flying, which notably would work with the uncommon but not with the common, right?
sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. This card, I sort of think of it as not a blue-white card. In fact, it's going to be better in a blue-red deck that doesn't have a bunch of flyers or something.
That makes
Like
sense.
this card is mostly colorless, and you don't want to have flyers.
Yeah, well, so the thing that you need to keep in mind is like you want to be aggressive as well, right? Like this works best in an aggressive deck
Yeah.
without a lot of flyers.
Yeah.
Um,
All right. I will say it's just these, which is a 5.
yeah, I guess it's decent. I always hate the 4 mana 3/3 flyers, but like I guess this is okay.
It's the colorless bonus. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll say decent.
moving on
Yeah.
to okay, we got blue black rat. This one is Tidecaller Mentor, 1 blue black for a 3/3 rat wizard with menace, and the theme is Threshold. When Tide Colored Mentor enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay.
Okay. So it's
Wow.
a
Very
like
good.
mana war with a good body would you have threshold and otherwise just a like okay body if you don't have threshold?
Yeah. So
I
I guess it's kind of hard to get Threshold, but that's going to be the plan.
yeah, the question is like how much enabling like how much is your threshold going to be enabled, right? Because like unlike certainly you're like never triggering this on turn 3, right? Like that's a thing where like on turn 3 you can never trigger this. Let's say on like turn 5, right? Like on turn 5 you have if you're on the play, you've drawn 11 cards total, right? Your 7 cards from your opening hand plus 4 extra. You've probably played 5 of those as
3 or
lands,
4.
right?
Oh,
Or
yeah. I think you've cast 3 or 4 spells. Probably 3.
yeah, so it's like really hard for like you really need to like be milling extra stuff to even have this
Yeah.
on by turn 5, right? Like let's say like all 4 of your like previous spells went to the graveyard in some way, either traded off or whatever. You still need to mill 3, which is not
Yeah.
trivial at all, right? Um
Yeah. How much mill is
I
there?
don't
Yeah,
I don't know
actually
how
says
much build there is. I
420.
guess
There's a little bit. There's a green card. There's a black common that mills 2.
uh
Yeah.
uh
So really not much.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
so yeah, I think this is turn 6 is optimistic for what this is.
yeah. Turn 6 is optimistic. Late game it does get nice, but also one thing to note is like if your deck is going into the late game, it's unclear how much a mana war does, right?
Okay.
Like obviously it's still a great effect, but like it's
Yeah,
certainly
that's
not
fair.
as impactful as it is early game, right? Um like I guess one way to think of this is like those like 6 mana mana wars that we get sometimes, right? Like 6 mana 4/4 bounce a thing. It's kind of like
Yeah.
that, right? Um, and those are always like kind of mediocre, right? Like they're like okay to have one of, but you can't have too many.
Right. I mean, the selling point is you play it on curve, it's totally fine.
Yeah,
But
but
I'm
like
still thinking it's might be more mediocre than anything else.
yeah. Chat points out a good point, which is that you can reset your own things. This
Yeah,
is
you can.
not this can balance your own creatures, which can be nice, definitely. But it's like and that really is where like 3 mana versus 6 mana also matters, right? Because like if it were a 6 mana play on turn 6, then like bouncing your own thing, you probably can't recast it. But whereas this, you probably can recast it, and it can hit non-land permanents. It just I don't know. I think of this as not quite. I think of this as at most good, and like I would say maybe decent because of the gold tax.
I don't know if there are pacifisms, but the white one is not pacifism. So
Yeah, yeah, white is
probably
vanishing light. Um,
yeah.
I can't. Oh, there's a what's it called? There's the one with a cookie on it in the art. I forget if that's common or
Sugar
uncommon.
coat. Yeah,
Sugarcoat,
there's
yeah,
a blue uncommon.
yeah. Oh, but
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I don't
Okay.
know.
So I, I'm gonna say this is a card of 4 gold.
Ooh, okay. Well, that makes me more confident about my 5, I guess.
So were you leaning higher or lower than
Yeah,
5
I was
before?
saying, it's probably either a 5 or a 6.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. All right. The blue black common is Mind Drill Assailant. This one is 2 double hybrid Dimir. And this one's a Rat Warlock 2/5 with threshold as long as 7 or more cards in your graveyard. It has +3/+0, and it has 2 and a Dimir hybrid to surveil 1. Okay, so this gets you there eventually if you've got time. And then it's a 5/5 for 4.
Yeah. I think this card is like much better than the previous one. Like much better than the uncommon, right? Like obviously
Much
4 mana
better.
2/5 is a worse stat line than 3 mana 3/3 menace, but like
Not by
unlike the
much.
other one, you can play this on turn 4 and just let yourself get to threshold on and have it be a 5/5, and then it also like gives you a mana sink, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, you really think you're going to use the mana sink all the time, though? Like,
I don't think you're going to use it all the time, but like if you're a
yeah, it's
deck
good
that
though.
wants to get threshold, right? You inherently want to like you want the game
Yeah,
to go
of
long,
course.
right?
Yeah.
Also, like, you know, if you're at 6 cards, you could just like pay 3 mana to give this like +3/+0 roughly, right? Like it's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or like once. Like you can
Yeah.
say like, oh, I can now threaten to have this be a 5/5, right? Uh,
Yeah.
which is
I
interesting.
like it.
I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what the breakpoints on removal are, but like tentatively, I like this, and tentatively, I want to give this like a 7. That's
Well,
probably
you can do that. I
overkill.
think it's these. I'm going to be like restrained on the slow cards like this. Just say it's a 5. Um,
Okay, so you're giving it a 5. I'm giving it a 7. Okay,
yeah.
I reserve the right to bump this down to like a 6 if I like think
Yeah.
it doesn't line up.
I
I
don't
don't
expect you to match me, but I think you'll
like if I see that 5 toughness doesn't seem like it's lining up, I'll bump it down. But anyways, Fire Glass Mentor. So now we're up to Black Red. This is Black Red for a 2/1 Lizard Warlock, 2 mana 2/1. At the beginning of your second main phase, if an opponent lost life this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them until end of turn. You may play that card. Very
didn't they used to call
powerful
this
card. Sorry, what did you say?
didn't they used to call this the post combat main phase?
There is technically a difference because if you have like if you take
Yeah,
extra combat
I know the
steps,
difference.
but I
I know.
agree. I agree. Usually it says post combat, and this one is slightly weirder.
Wait. Oh, no, extra combat steps won't change it, but you could have extra main phases from like
Or sorry, yeah, no, like if a card gave you an extra combat step and an extra main phase after that combat step, this
oh,
would only
okay,
trigger
yeah.
once, whereas post combat would trigger twice. And like usually it's extra combat and extra main, or not usually, but like often.
Okay. I think it's more often just the extra combat, but whatever. Um. Anyway, that aside, I've never seen second main phase mentioned. Uh, this is like, I guess you don't need to connect with this card.
No, no, you
Hopefully,
don't.
your opponent's losing this in some way or another.
You could
If you're playing this
play a
game,
desert from OTJ and then trigger this
I
card.
you can't do that. That's not allowed. But probably something you can do.
Yeah, like anything that like
This
just dings
Oliver
your
will have
opponent for 1.
enablers.
Yeah,
So yeah, this is probably premium at least.
yeah. I don't know. I'm happy to call it. I think this will be like on par with like the literal top commons, despite being gold.
Okay.
So
So
I will
8.
call it an 8.
Yeah, I, I will as well. But if there, that makes sense.
You're cutting out a bit. Sorry.
I said if the 1 toughness is a liability, I will bump it down to a 7.
Oh, I guess there is the 2 mana deal 1 to something draw card. It's like it's flick A.
Whoa.
In red. There's a flick a coin that is I think sorcery speed and doesn't make a treasure, so it's just flicka. But
Maple shot. Uncommon.
oh, is it an uncommon? I thought it was a common.
It is an uncommon.
Okay, that's less bad then. Okay, sure.
There's
Notably
a few things that deal
good with this card.
1 damage to a player.
Hmm. Okay, I think this is still an 8 then. If there's no like
Yeah,
super
that's not enough.
punishing. Yeah.
We'll see if there's more, but yeah.
This got a bit misaligned. There we go. Next up, Cindering Cutthroat. An Arachnos hybrid for a 3/2 lizard assassin. The theme here is like making your opponent lose life generally on your turn. It enters with a +1/+1 counter if an opponent lost life this turn. So like, what was it called? There's like a mechanic like that. Not unleash. Anyways, so 3 mana 3/2, maybe a 4/2. No, sorry, 4/3. And you can pay 1 in Arachnos hybrid to have it gain menace until end of turn. Bloodthirst, thank you. Yeah, it's like Bloodthirst. But yeah, so 3 mana 3/2 menace. Like just straight up 3 mana 3/2 menace has not been great in the past. It's been like okay, right? It's like a core set playable kind of card, right? 3 mana 4/3 that can sometimes like you can pay mana to give menace for. I mean, I still don't think that's a huge upgrade to that, right?
I mean, I would say the 3/2 menace is something I really would not play mostly, and the 4/3 sometimes menace I would usually play.
Well, the problem is like you do need to pay to give it menace, right? Like
Yeah.
obviously 4/3 itself is like good, but like you don't always get the 4/3 either.
Yeah, no. I'm saying if it always was a 4/3.
Yeah.
This seems. I mean, you need to be like having a good draw to work on curve, right?
Well, mostly you just need a 2-drop that can attack, right?
Yeah, they need to. Well, yeah, that's right. You need a couple of things to go right for it to happen on.
Yeah, I guess like okay. I'm probably going to give
I
this
don't like
a
it.
4.
Yeah. Is it even? Okay, it's fine. It's at least
4 is mediocre, right?
Yeah, mediocre.
It's very important to me
3
what
is
what the word is.
yeah. That's what it's all about. All right, and we'll find out what lizards do, but probably lizards make her. I haven't really thought about what lizards and magic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Red green are raccoons. This is Wandertail Mentor, a red and a green for a 2/2 raccoon card. It can tap to add red or green, and it also has this new mechanic called expend. So whenever you expend 4, put a +1/+1 counter on Wandertail Mentor, and the liner text is you expend 4 as you spend your forced total mana to cast spells during the turn.
So I don't know. I don't quite know exactly what that means. Like I'm not. Well, let's say you spend 2 mana to activate an ability, and then you cast a 2 mana spell. Have you expended 4? You have not.
No.
Okay. Okay. So it's only counting mana spent on spells, and it's counting your 4th mana of that.
Yeah. So presumably this trigger goes on the stack on top of the spell.
Yes. Yes. I mean, this card is just very strong, right? It's a mana dork that starts as a 2/2 and then grows.
It turns into a 3/3 on turn 3.
Yes. This is kind of like Tunnel Tipster, right? Except it starts 1 bigger.
Oh, much better. Much better.
Yeah. I mean, like starting 1 bigger is huge, right?
Yeah, but the tipster you had to like morph.
Yeah, I agree. This is better than Tunnel Tipster. Sorry, to be clear, I agree this is better than Tunnel Tipster. I'm just giving a baseline of this is at least as good as Tunnel Tipster, right?
Yeah, but like even if it started at 1, better than Tunnel.
Yeah.
Wait, also, it like makes red and green, but it also costs red and green. so it's like not really.
Yeah, it doesn't fix you. Like, well, it fixes you for double costs, I guess. But like,
yeah, whatever.
I mean, this card's a banger.
Yeah,
My guess is like 7. Like, it's not quite. I think mostly it's not quite unique enough to like be like
so
on the
you
level
think
of
it's
like.
worse than the 2-1?
Yeah, like the 2-1 is an engine. This is just like
Yeah,
I
this
like.
is for this to be a 2-for-1. It needs to like act as a land and then turn into a creature, which is what it's trying to do. But like
Yeah, but like
a lot easier for it to
the lizard is not just a 2-for-1, right? Like the lizard can theoretically be
keep
like,
going. Yeah,
yeah, it's so much for one, right?
yeah.
Whereas like this, like
Okay.
this doesn't like give you get you up cards very much, right?
Yeah.
It's just like very like I could see this turning out better than the lizard. But like I don't think like I
Yeah, and it
assume
would
that will be more
probably
contextual.
yeah. The second toughness would probably be part of the reason as
Well,
well.
I'm thinking more like the 4th toughness that it gains, but you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true actually. Huh. Anyway, I'm happy with 7 as well. All right, Junkblade Bruiser
Okay, you know what?
2.
Bump me up to 8. The more I think about this card, the more I'm like, okay, actually, like, I feel like you can consistently like make this a 3/3 on turn 3 and then a 4/4 on turn 4. Like it just you can pretty consistently just keep having this grow. So bump me up to 8. And like I don't know,
Yeah, maybe.
it's just hard to deal with. It's
Yeah,
just like
I don't. Yeah, I think I agree because I don't really see a big gap between it and the Rakdos one.
mhm.
I'm
Anyways,
not even certain better. Junkblade Bruiser, 2 double Gruul hybrid for a 4/5 Raccoon Berserker with trample, and whenever you expend 4, Junkblade Bruiser gets +2/+1 until end of turn. So it will be a 6/6 for 5. So it's a Dreadmaw for 5 mana.
notably, you can theoretically do this at instant speed. If you can expend 4 at instant speed,
Yeah,
then it like becomes a 6/6. Uh,
sure,
so,
why not?
so I guess first of all, how good is 5 mana 4/5 trample? Mediocre, right?
I would say it's weak.
I think it's mediocre. Like I think that there are like I don't know. I'm just thinking of like the 5 mana 5/5 and from like Kaldheim, right? Like that's something that
Yeah,
you play sometimes.
I think 4/5 trample is worse than 5/5,
Yeah,
and I
sure.
think 5/5 now is worse than 5/5 in Cald.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
But how good is the upside? Like how often are you like triggering this? Theoretically, if
I
you're in
don't
red
know.
green, it should be a lot, right?
Well, this is like a top end. Like the question is, am I going to flood out? Like, yeah,
Yeah. You definitely need ways to not flood out. But like I feel like it's not that hard. And like when you do, you get like a 6/6
and for
trample
your
pretty good.
way to flood out can't just be like activated abilities. You need to like
Yeah,
be
no, I'm
drawing cards or
aware.
something. So,
I'm aware.
yeah,
But like I think okay, I think that I think I'm pretty high on red green because I was looking at some of the green cards and they looked like pretty appealing. Um
okay.
and like I'm just imagining like red green as a deck that just like consistently casts big things that outstat the opponent. And like this seems like another big thing that outstats the opponent, right?
You think they made a 4 mana instant?
Uh I don't know.
There's a 5 mana
Type
instant.
instant mana
There is
value.
a 4 mana instant that costs less for frogs.
Well, this
Um,
notably isn't a frog.
oh, there's wait,
Yeah,
yeah, there's 4 mana instant deal 4.
No.
That's perfect.
You're being tricked. That's not in play boosters. You're being tricked. You can see that the collector's number is like 391.
Oh my god.
You can also
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
because it features a
yeah,
human on it.
yeah. Yeah, sure.
It
Yeah.
features a
I thought
human
I
on
had.
it, and therefore cannot be a Bloomberg card.
It's literally a Bloomberg card, even though it's not in boosters. It's literally still a Bloomberg.
Sure. Um, yeah, there's a 5 mana instant in red that's a removal spell, and a technically 4 mana instant in green that's a removal spell. So, like, there are ways. Like, I don't think the instant speed thing matters that much, right? Like, I feel like most of the time, a 4/5 trample will tangle in combat similarly to a 6/6 trample, like on your opponent's turn blocking.
But like, they might also be wondering whether it's lethal. I don't know.
Sure. Also, to be clear, you
Oh no, I
don't.
didn't mean blocking. I meant like you attack and then
Sure. Like the thing is, like
they have to decide whether it's extended.
you don't need to like have a 4 mana instant either, right? You could just like in that case, you could just
Oh
cast
yeah, I know.
like you could cast a 2-drop
You
and then
cast a two
attack.
drop and then have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
But
this is
I was saying fleaness if you've got a.
this is a lot of words. I want to give this a
I,
6.
oh, okay. I said 5.
I think this is good.
I think it's decent. So we'll
Okay.
move on.
Burrow Guard Mentor. We're on to green white rabbits. So this is a green white for a rabbit soldier that has star power toughness and trample. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. So rabbits are go wide. That's the green white mechanic or archetype or whatever. And this is a pretty good one, I think. Like, obviously, if it's just itself, it's only a 1/1, which is not amazing. But this can grow pretty big, right? Like, it's not that hard to make this a 4/4, and if you have like
In
go wide, it's pretty easy to make it much bigger than that.
in Wilds of Eldraine, there was the bunny corn. Obviously, it counted all permanents, all non-land permanents, but that was a rare without trample.
Yeah, and it was very good. Though counting non-land permanents was notably extreme, like a big upside over this.
I mean, partially because of the many non-creature permanents, yes, but that still makes me. Like, I assume I like the next card is making tokens. Our green white deck is going to be making a lot many creatures. I think this is going to be really good. I will say it's an 8.
Yeah, I agree with 8. Card seems like a banker. Head of the Homestead, 3 Selesnya, so double hybrid pips for a 3/2 rabbit citizen. When it enters, make 2 1/1 white rabbit creatures. So 5 mana for a 3/2 and 2 1/1s. That's like very solid, I think. Like, if you think about like normal, multiple like token rates, like we often see like 4 mana for a 3/3 and a 1/1, right? And this is like one extra
good.
mana for 1 extra 1/1, though you lost a point of toughness, I guess, on the big thing.
Yeah, I think it's probably. Well, I guess you can't really compare, but probably worse than your 4 mana thing. I guess this is kind of like a dog walk.
Yeah, no, I'm not convinced this is worse than your 4 mana thing. Obviously, this is not Dog Walker in the sense that like Dog Walker played at every single point on your curve, right? But it's not Dog Walker, right? Chat points out Keldon Strike Team is another thing to compare this to, right? That one was a 3 mana 3/1 that you could kick to make 2 1/1s. Yeah.
I mean, the haste was the whole thing there.
Yeah.
That was like Immodane's Recruiter before they had Immodane's Recruiter.
Yeah. So this is not Keldon Strike Team, but it's also much more castable than Keldon Strike Team. Keldon Strike Team was 2 colors. This is half a color, right? Though it does have double pips, so.
Yeah. Right, so they don't like make us play with like double white cards that common very much, but 3 white is a totally castable card. any white deck. Really.
Yeah, I think like double
I'll play it
pips
with 8
on your
white cards.
5 drop is not that hard to cast.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
But
So, for example,
yeah,
the Junklet Bruiser was also castable in non-cruel. Sure.
yeah, definitely.
Okay. I
I
think this is good.
I agree. I think that I could see this being premium, but like I
Yeah.
hmm,
I mean,
I want to give it premium.
okay. See, I gave
7.
you permission to make the average like a 6 instead of like a 5.5 like we were aiming for before, or like a 5 or something. Because previously 5 was average, but you're just like you're always going to have the average be higher than that one.
Yeah. No, I'm aiming for 7 clearly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Next.
Starseer Mentor is our first black-white one, which is going to be bats. All right, 3 white black for a 3/5 bat warlock with flying and vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card.
Yeah,
Gained or lost
so
life.
yeah, that's the bat
Oh,
theme
you
the
gained.
set. Like you have to change your life total on your turn. Or I guess like you could keep it constant. Like you
Okay.
could gain 2 life and then lose 2 life.
Yeah, it's like, right. It needs to have not been constant. Yeah.
um
Okay. So, and then they get to choose which thing.
yeah, like the trigger like when it happens, it's like not quite worth a card, right? Because like they always choose the thing that's like least bad for them. But like
So if I want to trigger this on turn 5 when I play it, do I need a creature with lifelink?
well,
Or is
there's some creatures there's some things that like aren't creatures with lifelink. Like I know that at uncommon there's like an artifact that like drains them for 1 every turn. Like there's various things that you could like I don't know. I think there's various ways to trigger this on turn like when you play this.
there must be ways for you to lose life in your turn too. Like, it must be something that lets you pay life, because otherwise I wouldn't talk about that.
Yeah. There are things that let you pay life, definitely. Um, I don't know. I think that like the body is good. 5 mana 3/5 flying vigilance. It's nothing to scoff at. Like vigilance especially. Um, and I think it shouldn't be too hard to just repeatedly get this trigger, right? Like how hard can it be to gain
Yeah,
life
I'm
every
mostly
turn?
wondering whether I can get it right away or not. Most of the things I'm seeing are like you have to spend mana to change your life total,
Uh,
except for the life linkers.
I don't
But it's
know.
okay. That's
I,
possible still. Yeah.
I think I remember seeing like quite a few things. Like the next card that we're gonna see is a 3 mana spoilers 3 mana 2/3 flyer that when it attacks you gain a life.
Yeah, that's it.
Like it's not just lifelink.
All right, whatever. Um,
Yeah. What do we want to give this?
okay. So how do I think about the set line? That one's
7 is my answer.
okay. Okay. I'll believe in the synergies, but it's a low end of
Well, sorry. What number did you say?
7, only because
Nice.
I'm being optimistic about the synergies. I'm deciding to be.
Next card.
Oh, right. I'm doing black white. Moonrise Cleric is 1 double Orzhov hybrid. So 3 mana, 2/3 Bat Clerk with flying, and whenever it attacks, you gain 1 life. Okay, so this is the most color constraint we've had on the hybrid ones.
Yeah, but like even still, like this isn't quite 3 mana 2/3
Yeah,
lifelink,
no,
right?
that's not
But it's pretty good, I think, right? Like 3
yeah.
mana 2/3, like this is better than a Windrake in very many ways, right? Though it is harder to cast. 3 mana 2/3 flyer we've seen with like small upside has been like variable in how good it is, but I think this is pretty good upside, especially since it plays into synergies, right?
Yeah, I can't give it more than 5 though.
Yeah, 5 sounds correct.
Yeah. Well,
Anyways, Stormcatch Mentor. We're on to Blue Red, where the theme is instants and sorceries. Uh,
is it? Or are you sure? It might be non-creatures.
uh, this one literally
It's,
says instants and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, so I'm gonna say instants and sorceries.
it literally says prowess too, though. It says
Yeah,
prowess.
but like I feel like specifically calling out instants and sorceries. Anyways, this is blue red for a 1/1 otter wizard with haste and prowess, and instants and sorceries spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So this is like a goblin and electromancer if instead of a 2/2 it was a 1/1 haste prowess. I mean, I don't know how much I should be caring about this text, I guess. You know? And I also don't know how much like is 1/1 prowess better than a 2/2 in limited?
Uh, no, I'll say no. Okay. Also, I was busy looking it up. There, the other cards continue to be a mix between. There's just no consistency. Anyway,
I, I think this card is like somewhat mediocre. Unless we see like a bunch of, like, okay, Goblin and Electromancer was fine in like Ravnica or Guilds of Ravnica, right? Because like it like let you cast your expensive spells earlier or something. I guess this does that too.
yeah, I'm counting this as a mana dork that it can attack a little bit. But it's probably just like a bear.
Okay, I guess this is kind of like a mana dork, but still, I think that's more like a 5. I don't know. Maybe I'm too low on it.
But yeah, I think it's good.
I'm giving this a 5. I'll be lower than you for once.
Great. It's, um, yeah. This is
Uh,
why I saw this on creature.
oh, I see, I see. Okay, Tempest Angler. One, is it hybrid for a 2/2 otter wizard? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this. So this is just like permanent prowess. Right? This is Spell Gorger weird, except it's a non-creature since have instants and sorceries. Um, I mean, it's good cards generally if you have a lot of instants and sorceries. Like if the archetype works, then this is a good card for it. Um, and I imagine that the fact that it's double pipped won't really matter because like I imagine you're not putting this in very many decks that aren't is it right?
Yeah. Yeah, and just like the Orzhov one, yeah, I think it's pretty. You know, um,
So I think this is like I want to call it Dece,
yeah, me too.
like
I think
5.
it's worse than the previous card. Yeah,
Oh, then the Manadork.
yeah,
Yeah, probably it is. It
Like,
does like immediately die to shock. Not that I don't think there's shock in the set, but you know.
there's gotta be something that dies soon. So,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. A black green animal is squirrels. So this is Vine Reap Mentor, black green for a 3/2 squirrel druid. When it enters or dies, create a food token.
That's a lot of
Oh, wow.
objects.
Wait, so this is like, what was that card in a recent set that destroyed a token when it entered?
Oh, crawl whiplash or something.
Yeah,
Whipcracker.
yeah. This is like that, except you don't need a target, and it also works when it dies.
I don't think destroy a token is the same thing as make a food, but sure.
Yeah, fair.
Also, that one had reach. But I mean, okay, so this is just a really good
Oh,
card,
right.
right? But like
Yeah, no, it's very good.
so
Yeah, so it's cool.
there's also a mechanic. So an important thing to note is that black green has a like the main mechanic of black green is not just foods, but specifically there's a keyword forage, which is like some cards will like ask you to forage, which lets you do like an additional cost of either sacrificing a food or exiling 3 cards from your graveyard, and those often give like more like pretty close to a full cards of effect when you forage or something. Like I think there's literally a card that's like ETB. You may forage if you do draw a card, and so like the foods can actually be laundered into cards, not that without too much difficulty, I think, in black green. Um, and of course, like just 2 mana 3/2 that like also gains you 6 life across the course of its existence or lack thereof is very strong.
Yeah. So is it 7 or 8?
8. I think this is an 8. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how an aggressive deck like interacts with this very well. You know, this is like exactly what you want there.
Yeah. I also think 2 mana 3/2 is a good stat line.
Yes. Yes. Of course.
Anyway, Corpse Berry Cultivator is 1 and double Golgari for a 2/3 Squirrel Warlock. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may forage, which, as said, is exiling 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrificing food. And whenever you forage, put a +1 counter on the card. So you can just play it and immediately turn it into a 3/4 if you have 3 cards in your yard. So I assume usually you're going to be choosing to exile 3 cards if you can.
Yeah.
If you don't have any plan for those cards. Interesting. I mean, like obviously there would be tension with the threshold, but that's a different color pair. But it's probably gonna be some sort of raised dead card. But
Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely going to be some ways of using your graveyard in black green, but like, you know, there will definitely be plenty of cards that you
need to
like
save
know
your
you
whole
don't care
graveyard
about
for that.
in your graveyard. Like it's something that you can like play it by ear, right? Like,
Yeah.
you'll know what cards are you need to exile. But I mean, I think this card is just good, right? Like 3 mana 3/4 immediately with like not too much cost, and notably, it's not. This is worded like those like collect evidence payoffs in MKM, where like you don't have to use the beginning of combat forage that it provides in order to grow it. You can like any forage grows it. So notably, this plays very well in multiples, where like you can play this and then next turn play another one, and then you exile 3 cards in order to get counters on both of them.
And then grow both of them twice.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think this is a strong card.
Counters. Yeah, I think it's better than a 3 mana 3/4.
I'm gonna give this a 7. That might be too much, but like I don't know.
No, I agree.
Great.
And maybe we're
You're cutting out again. Sorry.
overestimating how easy it will be to fill our yards quickly. But there's like a malevolent rumble card. So
Yeah. Not only is it a
Okay, why
malevolent
not?
rumble, it also makes a food, so it double dips on the forage.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I didn't even remember what the
to be
smooth
fair, it only
rumble.
makes a
Yeah,
food if you got back a squirrel, but or if you control a
okay,
squirrel,
great.
I think. But like this is a squirrel, so anyways, Seed Glaive Mentor. This is one red white for a 3/2 mouse soldier with vigilance and haste. And it has so this is a mouse soldier. We are red white mice, and mice have the valiant mechanic, which is like heroic, except it only triggers once per turn, but does trigger on ability. So whenever this becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So ideally, you want to like have some way of targeting things, repeatedly. Well, repeatedly as in like once per turn. So notably, there's some equipment in the sets that help you do that. There's some things that say like, oh, tap target creature gets like +1/+0 or something. Various things like that. Like there are various ways to trigger Valiant. You don't necessarily, and you especially like it when those are abilities, so repeatable and not just spells. But there's a mix of both. So 3 mana, 3/2 haste, vigilance haste is a pretty good stat line, right? Like 3 mana, 3/2 vigilance. Sorry, 3 mana, 3/2 haste has been like a playable aggressive card, though like not great. But vigilance is also a very good keyword. So
Yeah,
just like based on that, I would be ready to give it like at least a 6 as a 3 mana, 3/2 vigilance haste gold card. But like
maybe. I don't
yeah,
know.
low 6. But the
Build is really good.
ability can get
Yeah.
pretty out of hand, especially on a vigilance creature, right?
Yes. Uh, you could technically trigger on your opponent's turn too.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
For the first time each turn, so you could trigger it on your own turn and then on your opponent's turn.
yeah, I wonder how many abilities there'll be that let you do that.
Uh,
Like,
let's see. How many abilities? I'm just looking through. Oh yeah, a lot of these. Okay, a lot of the abilities that I'm seeing are like activate only as a sorcery. Unfortunately, like there's
okay, that's fine though.
in red there's a 2 mana 2/2 that taps to give something haste, but only on your turn, like only as a
Yeah,
sorcery. There's
yeah, there's a
a
white one too.
yeah, there's a
There's a
white
white.
one that's a 1/1 that's like tapped
Okay,
to give something +1/+1.
we'll get to those cards. Um, I will say this is premium.
Yeah, I think this is
I don't.
premium.
I don't. I think it's not as good as the gold 2 drops we saw that would get it needs.
Yeah, I agree. This is not as good as the gold 2 drops at all. Like
Yeah.
you do need to jump through hoops to make this one good. The gold 2 drops were good because like you don't need to jump through hoops, right? Like those like the red green one and the
I just,
hmm? Sorry, what did you say?
sorry, off topic. I said something off topic. When I just realized that the gold creatures in this set are not legendary for once.
Oh yes, there's not very many legendary creatures, unfortunately for standard purposes. But
Okay. Whoa. We got our slow fill in. We're fine.
Slogurk.
It, yeah.
Unfortunately, there are no slimes in this set. It's really unfortunate.
Okay. Well, I would say this is a slower heavy set with all of.
Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with like I don't know if it's on your end or my end,
I,
but you keep like cutting out. Like,
I don't know either. I just said that support slower plenty in spirit.
mhm. Okay. Let's try to like close. Maybe if I close some windows, it'll like help with
And
like my internet or something. And maybe that's the issue. Who knows? Okay, well, we'll see if that helps. Um, anyways, next card. Oh, it's me. Right, right. Veteran Guard Mass. 3, and a Boros hybrid for a 3/4 mouse soldier. Valiant, so the Valiant text, when that happens, it gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn, scry 1. So obviously, if you can do like this is if you have an instant speed way to do this, it's very, very hard to block, right?
Yeah, 4/4 first strike.
And even if you do it sorcery speed, like 4/4 first strike, scry 1 is hard to block. But at the same time, like as we noted, there's not very many ways of like triggering Valiant on your opponent's turn, right? So it's it's like kind of hard for this to do very much on defense.
What would you give a 4-mana 3/4 when it attacks, scry 1 and it gets first strike?
I think that would still be a good card. I would give it like good, maybe. Like
it would be, yeah, on the high end, I think.
Like I would give this a 6, I think, if it didn't need, if it was just like when it attacks.
Okay. Yeah, probably me too, but I mean, it's like solidly good.
Yeah.
Is it worse than that? I guess, but it might still be a 6.
I mean, yeah, it's weird. It depends on exactly, like, the problem is that, like, I feel like often the ways you have of triggering it will require you to spend mana.
Yeah, they will.
Or, like, send some kind of resource. So, like, that makes it kind of harder to, like...
Yeah. Oh, you can also scry 1 the turn it comes down, potentially.
Yeah, theoretically. I mean, like you there's the 2-drop that gives haste, right? So you could literally attack, like, you know, you could literally attack with it the turn it comes out. That's a pretty good use of it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, my worry is also that I feel like I've seen a bunch of 5 toughness creatures. You know?
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this a 5.5. First fractional grade, woo!
Jason is against the rules.
I've been so good until now.
We'll say no fraction. And you're gonna keep being good.
5.5. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I'm undecided myself. Sounds like you want to give it a 5. And then I'll give it a 6, so on average.
Okay, last pair of gold cards.
Lily Splash Mentor is a Cynic Frog. So 2 blue-green for a 4/4 Frog Druid with reach. And it has 2 blue-green to exile another target.
1 blue-green, not 2 blue-green.
Oh, yes. Exile another target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control, which is hopefully you. With a +1/+1 counter on it. Activate only as a source. What? Man, this is so disappointing.
Wait, why is this disappointing? Oh, the activate only as a sorcery part?
Well, I don't know, just like every part.
What? What more can you add? Like, this is a 4/4 reach for 4, which is like a solid stat line. And then
no, ignoring that part.
Like,
I don't know. This ability is not what I hoped for.
The ability is like good and like, if you have something that has ETB draw a card, you are very happy to activate this, right?
I mean, it's like a expensive clue, but sure. I'll do it.
I don't know. I don't know what you want out of this card, but I think that what we've got is pretty good. Like, I don't know.
It was a counter.
Yeah, like you can just use this as like put a counter on something. Obviously, it's not great as put a counter on something, but like,
yeah, no, I mean it's fine.
It triggers your Valiant creatures, which you'll definitely have in blue-green.
No. All right, I'm gonna give this the highest grade that I can, which is a 6.
I was also going to give it the 6 for the record.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't actually lower.
Yeah. I don't know. There's like I'm just looking to see if there's like any like ETB draw cards in blue green. It has to be a creature, right?
Well, this next card has ETB draw a card. Next card,
Oh, okay. Sure. It is literally 2 mana 1/1 draw card.
which I will now read. Pawn Prophet is double Simic, so it's a 2-drop. The 1/1 Frog Advisor. When Pawn Prophet enters, draw a card.
Oh, you know what card is really
Wait,
good with the previous card? The rabbit. The 5 mana make 2/1/1s.
okay, sure. I I don't know. Just the fact that it costs 3 mana to do makes me think it's just never gonna happen. Never has 3 mana lying around.
I don't know. I think you can have 3 mana lying around. That like
Yeah,
it's like Essence Reliquary, right? Oh, I guess you didn't play that set. Uh,
that one was free to activate. Yeah,
yeah,
it
but
was
you
three
had to
mana. Then it was
recast the
free to
card.
activate
You,
any turn.
you had to recast the card, right?
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Like
It
you're
was also
probably
instant speed, right?
that was instant speed on your turn. Yes. Um, Essence Reliquary. You couldn't do it on your opponent's turn.
Okay, okay, good. All right. I don't know. There were probably more synergies.
Yeah. Oh,
I know the frog is the whole scene. It's like ETBs, but
yeah, the one thing I'm like a bit cautious about for the previous card, and part of why I graded it lower is that there's a bunch of ETB things that are like, oh, gift a card, it has a gift on it. Like if something was gifted, you get this ETB, or like offspring,
oh,
both of which are mechanics we haven't yet like literally seen spelled out, but they only like you have to make the choice when you cast it. So blinking
cast.
something with gift or offspring does not like let you do the gift or offspring part.
And a lot of the other frog stuff is returning to your hand so that you can actually do that.
Mhm.
Right, the other.
Yeah. Anyways, so how much do we like this Elvish Visionary though?
Uh, oh, right. Hmm. I haven't really played with Elvish Visionary Limited. This one is hard to cast. I don't. I mean, I guess it's just a synergy card. It's
I think
probably
I feel like
gonna work
Elvish
out.
Visionary is often like a high 6, low 7.
Oh,
So I'm gonna give this a
really?
6. Yes.
I mean,
Like I don't know.
I guess.
Elvish Visionary is a good card.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna give this a 6 though because it's hard to cast.
Me too. Me too.
Okay, so that's all the gold
Right.
stuff. So far I most like Golgari and I most like the Jun space, I guess. Those have seemed like those three have seemed like the strongest color pairs based on.
We gave all those 2 drops an 8, all the uncommon ones an 8 in Jun.
Oh, I guess also Celestia.
Right.
I don't know. I think green looks strong
Yeah.
generally, but
Oh, well,
we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Do you want to take a quick break?
yes.
Before we move on to white.
Up to you.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break. I should maybe also like put on get a bit of food cooking so I can have something to eat. But be back in like three
Right.
minutes,
Yeah, go ahead.
five
Take a second.
minutes, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like Julian is not quite back yet.
I'm here.
Hello. Okay.
Hey.
Ready to move on?
Yeah.
Great. So starting with white, as always, commons. So these are ordered in order of mana value. The creatures before non-creatures. So we get a sense of what various colors curves look like.
No, my sheet is ordered alphabetically. So I'm jump around.
I'm sorry. But anyways, so this is Play Booster World. Each color has 13, I believe, commons. I believe that's the number. So starting with Bravekin Duo. This is white for a 1/1 rabbit mouse. Okay, so I believe in each common color, so each color there are two commons with the word duo in their name that have two creature types that represent like there's a rabbit and a mouse that like come together to make this card or whatever. So like anything that like cares about creature types, like this is like glue that helps that. And like notably, there are 10 color pairs, and each of the color pairs has a different animal. So the across the two duos in each color, there's 4 animals, right? 2 pairs of animals, and there's 4 animals are the animals from that color pair, right? And generally,
Yeah, right.
like it works with the themes of those animals. So notably, this is the rabbit mouse, so it works with go wide because it's a 1-drop, and also it works with valiant because it has an ability which is 1 tap, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. So yeah, I don't know how much I like this card. I think it's like kind of mediocre.
Okay, yeah, I was too busy thinking about how cool that design was. But the card, yeah, it's pretty mediocre.
Like 1 mana 1/1 is
But I
not
guess,
good, right? Not generally. And then the question is like, okay,
yeah,
how big is this upside? Obviously, this upside is great for Valiant purposes, right? Like this triggers Valiant, but
yeah, not great for going wide. I mean,
yeah. I mean,
yeah, like I don't really know if I even want to stoop to this level in my Celestia deck. Maybe I need to.
would you stoop to this level in your Boros deck, your Mice deck? Like, if you have a bunch of things that say like, oh, I really want ways to target my creatures, are you playing this card?
I don't know. Maybe.
I feel like
I mean, I think like the main thing it's good for is if I've got Valiant stuff. But I think yeah, I'll go to 3.
what was 3? Is 3 weak?
Yeah. Sorry, there's no room between weak and mediocre.
Yeah, okay, I guess this card is weak. Like, I would like it a lot more if it didn't cost mana, but like that 1
It's
mana
already,
cost is like so big. I don't know.
yeah.
Like, how often do I actually want to pay a mana to use it?
2. Yeah, yeah, it's mercenary almost. Anyway, this yeah, so there is 2 for the worst commons, so we're not going to get it. All right. Next card is Crumb and Get It. Single white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and then you can gift a food, which means they create a food before its other effects. And then if the gift was promised, that creature also gains indestructible until end of turn. Huh.
Yes, so this is either 1 mana +2/+2, which
Cool.
is a perfectly fine combat trick, or 1 mana +2/+2 indestructible, and they get a food.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, so okay. How often are you actually gifting? I feel like you're almost never gifting, right?
What? Of course I am. Anytime I think would be destroyed, I'm gonna get.
Well, yeah, but like I feel like usually I feel like it doesn't expand the range of this that much to like
It
give it
does.
indestructible, right? Like,
What if they cast murder?
sure, okay, I guess.
Yeah, or like,
Okay, okay. I guess maybe one way to think of this is like
what if I?
this is kind of like giving the creature like +2 plus a lot, right?
Yeah,
But like,
if it's damage, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Well, like I'm thinking about in combat, right? Like usually you're 2/2 versus their 4/4. Yeah, you get 2 for 1 if you use a +2/+2 combat trick, but then you don't for this. Like it's kind of, in that case, it's like a +2/+3 combat trick. Um, I guess this is
This
like
is no Archon story.
yeah, yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is that like I don't feel like the like gift upside is like that significant, right? Like you'll do it.
Would you say Archon story was a 7?
Yes. Like the thing that has
Yeah.
bargain and like gives it flying and lifelink. Yeah, that one was like
Uh,
7.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a 6 still.
I think that this is like roughly.
I
I don't think of this as like that much better than a +2/+2 combat trick. So yeah, a 6.
I do. Oh, okay. I think you're just higher on the +2/+2 combat trade.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't think this is that
I
different from a
think
+2 plus
I would
three
give that
combat
just like
trick.
a 4. Okay, fine. This would be like for me a +2/+2 no text would be a 4.
Oh, I would give
I
that a
think the
5.
text is getting this to. All right, that's fine.
But anyways, yeah. So we're both agreeing on 6 for
Yeah.
this. Great.
Yep.
Life Creed duo. So this is the other duo. In white, this one's a bat bird, 2 mana for a 1/2 flyer. And it has whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So notably, this is a flyer for bird reasons and gains you life for bat reasons. Uh,
So this does work with the 5 drop.
yep.
So
This
like get it on the
immediately
same turn.
triggers like well,
Yeah.
not usually those trigger on end step, but like anything that and any of your bats
Yeah.
will be
Yeah.
triggered by this. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think this card's like
As a bird, it's kind of minor because like I also want something without flying apparently. So
yeah. Okay, well, so one question to consider is like, okay, let's say you have no synergies, right? Let's say you just dumped this into like some other different set, right? Uh, how good is 2 mana 1/2 flyer that like gains you some life? How much life does this gain? If you play it on turn 2, I think it can easily
um,
gain like 4 or 5 life, right?
yeah, I think this is better than just having.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I think the ability is better than lifelink.
Uh-huh. Uh, I'm not sure I agree because like lifelink. Okay, I think it's better than when you attack, gain 1 life. I'll agree with that.
Okay, you're just talking about pumping it for
Yeah, yeah,
lifelink.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. And I was sort of choosing to ignore that part. But yeah, anyway.
I don't know how to evaluate this that well. Like,
Yeah. I think
I want
it's
to give it a
decent.
like 5 or 6. Like, I think it's
Yeah.
either decent or good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 5.5.
No, you're.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. I'll give it a superposition between 5 and 6.
How do I type that into my spreadsheet?
Well, I don't know. You like observe it and like collapse it or something.
All right, it's collapsed to a 5. That's what I wanted.
Great.
All right, Nettle Guard. 1 and a white for a 3/1 mouse soldier with Valiant. So when you target it the first time each turn, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. Also, it has 1 sacrifice Nettle Guard, destroy target artifact or enchantment.
Okay, so floor 2 mana 3/1, right? That is like
Okay.
a 5, maybe, I don't know.
So if your opponent plays a bear and you attack with this into it, are they too scared to block?
I feel like they're not too scared to
Probably
block
not.
because like what are you going to target with?
They're not too
Target it
scared.
with that like
There's probably
wouldn't
no
have
way to
already
target your stuff.
won the combat, you know? Like
There's a it's,
oh no, we're losing Julian.
can you hear me? What?
Okay, you're
What, you
back.
can't hear me?
We're back.
Okay, I said there's a 1 mana red cantrip that targets your thing.
And gives it trample or something. Is that one instant speed?
Yeah, and draws a card.
Is that instant
It's
speed?
an instant.
Okay.
Why does it make? Yeah, instant. Yeah.
Okay, I guess like that makes us scarier. But
Yeah,
still,
I
like,
am gonna give it a 7.
you think this is premium? I think this is I'm giving this
Yeah.
a 6. Like, I
Does it
don't
all.
know. I think that okay. I think that this is like the difference between 3/1 and 3/3. Like, because there aren't because you have to like put in effort to like make this a 3/3. Like more so than other things. Like you have to do weird things, right? You have to do things that aren't just like I don't know, just randomly playing cards, right? Like I think this is less often or less relevantly a 3/3 than like Armory Mice, right? The celebration 3/1 from Wilds of Eldraine. Like, granted, it's probably a better set for a 2 mana 3/1, or like a better set for a white to have a 2 mana 3/1 than Wilds of Eldraine, but like. I don't know. It just feels like the 3/3 part won't come up that often, and like it's still good. I just don't think it's premium.
Okay. Well, then you got the disenchant part too. That's gonna come up too.
I don't think the disenchant comes up that, but like
Gonna be really
obviously
difficult.
this is like the disenchant. Okay, to be clear, I'm giving this a like high 6, but I'm still giving it a 6.
All right, that's fine. You don't. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, Warren Elder, 1 in the white for a 2/2 rabbit cleric. It has 3 in a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Nice anthem on your 2-drop. Good early, good late. Not bad. Well, okay. Good
Yes.
early might be
I
overselling it, but
like how you don't have to.
sorry, what'd you say?
Can you hear me?
You keep like
I thought I like how you don't have to read the cards to figure out what deck to play them in.
oh because it just says on the creature type.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a fan of reading the cards, so it's not that much of an upgrade for me. But
Right. But
anyway, I assume that
I
this
think
card
this is
will.
like the core set of the year.
Yeah, I agree that this set feels a lot more core set
Yeah.
than usual.
Yeah. It's also the one set of year that has no Pro Tour.
That is true. Um, honestly, after seeing the set, I'm like kind of happy about that. Um, because like the set doesn't look that interesting to me to draft. I know some people are disappointed that there
Because
won't be cute animal stamped cards, but
Sure. I guess like it might be very just like two color on the rails. Choose the
Yeah,
same
which is not
build
what
for that
I'd
same.
love. But anyways,
Yeah, I
um,
kind of like that sometimes. I
I
kind
just
of
want more MH3s, you know. Um, okay, but how good is this card? This card that we have right in front of us here. I think it's pretty good. Like,
I think it's. I don't think it's that good. I think it's D's maybe.
hey, like, okay. Do you realize you can activate this at instant speed? Like,
Yeah.
4 mana for an anthem at instant. Like,
Mm.
I don't know. Seems like it could be devastating.
It could be eventually.
If you get to 8 mana, you get to double activate. Did you ever play with the unicorn? Obviously, the unicorn is
I,
much better because it gives
yeah,
vigilance. But like,
I am aware of the unicorn. I did not personally double activate the unicorn.
I don't know. I think this card's. I think this card's quite good. I'm
I
giving
think
this a
it's a
seven.
bear.
I,
How,
I'm giving this a
I'm
seven.
giving it. All right, I'm giving it a 5.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I you can't get me that excited about a bear, even if it's got bunny ears.
The ability is so good. Anyways, the next card.
Carrot cake. 1 and a white for a food artifact. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token and scry 1. And then it is a food, so you can pay 2, tap, and sack it to gain 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is kind of like this is kind of like Tinker's Toad, in that theoretically it's 4 mana for 2/1/1s, and you scry and you gain 3 life, and this time you also get 2 scry 1s.
I suppose.
This gets a lot better, obviously, if you have a way to sacrifice the food that isn't sacrificing the food to itself, right?
Yeah, but it's actually even not that bad if you have to.
Yeah, it's not that bad if you have to. Certainly, like it's still
Yeah.
it's like maybe slightly slow, but you do get a lot, right? You get 2/1/1s, you get 3 life, and you get
I
two
guess
scry ones.
green might allow you to forage.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's like
Yeah.
there's plenty of green cards that forage. Like I think this is
Yeah.
like this is going to be better in. I think this is like a glue card, right? Like think about it.
Well, it's also black. Yeah, the game's life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. White black it gains life. Green white
And
it
black
goes
forages
wide.
too.
And like works with your forge stuff. Red white not as much. Blue white it gives you non-flying creatures, which apparently we want.
Yeah. That's actually probably real. Yeah, so to me, this is much better than the previous card, but you're probably not going to agree with that.
Oh, I mean, I think this is a seven. So like, I don't know.
Okay, this time I'll join you.
Like,
Okay.
I think that this card is just very strong. Well, we'll see what we can forage, but like, ah, Sonar Strike is 1 and white for an instant. It deals 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tapped creature. Finally, we get all three at once. You gain 3 life if you control that. So a lot of times these cards are like, oh, it's either like something in combat, or it's like to a tapped creature, and both of those have their downsides, right? Because like if you targeting a tapped creature means you can't like do anything unblocked and you can't affect vigilant creatures, but like attacking and blocking means that you need to like line it up. This like every single like if the creature did anything to you, like you get to fire this off, right? So
That's
like
nice.
yeah, it is very nice.
Yeah,
It doesn't get the one thing it doesn't get past
let
is
me in.
like if you're an aggressive deck and your opponent is blocking, you don't get to like remove a blocker. They still get to block with it, but
Yeah, I know.
still like
It's still going to be better on defense. It's still a defensive card, especially
yes,
with the life gain.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Um,
Notably, with regards to the game 3 life, I think a lot of the bat payoffs are like trigger on your end step, so this is not as likely to matter there. Though
well,
of
they can be
course,
tapped.
Yeah, you
You
can
can
kill
kill
a
too much
tapped
things
thing.
still.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think this is still a pretty good card. I don't want to call it premium because I feel like these are always like it's just doesn't go in every deck, right? But like in your red white deck, this is not going to do very much, right? Um, but I still want to give it a 6.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, it's not the camping premium. It's like, yeah, still not killing everything. Uh, right, like the ones which were more narrow in other ways typically dealt more damage or just destroyed.
Yeah. Oh, notably, I did note that there seemed to be some amount of 5 toughness creatures, that this would not
Yeah,
get,
yeah.
unfortunately. So yeah.
But you could still like combine it with an attacking creature. You attack with a
Yeah, I
3/2,
mean,
they block with a
that
5.
that's
Yeah.
that one's pretty fake, right? Like 2 for 1ing yourself like that. I don't know. It doesn't happen too often. Next card.
Apparently this cardboard nomad played a bunch of alchemy where they added 3 life to this card. I did not realize that made it good. Interesting.
Uh, deal got deal gone bad. Wasn't that the 4 mana -3/-3?
Yeah.
I did not play alchemy, so like I have no idea. But like, yes, 3 life is big, but that doesn't widen the range of where you play this, right? Like a 4 mana -3/-3, you would. The problem with that card was not that you
It's okay.
don't like it, and wasn't that it was narrow. It was that it was mediocre across the board, right? Um, but like this kind of card,
But
the problem is
I
that it's
don't.
narrow, and because of the bat text, like it's still narrow, right?
But Jason, that's fine as long if it got like if its effect became better, that's definitely counts for a lot. I think cardboard's probably right actually, and the 3 life can make it like you're actually pulling ahead when you cast this.
Yeah, no. Like I agree that 3 life is like basically how I view it is that the 3 life makes it so that like I am even more excited to put it in my defensive decks. But I'm not like more excited to like I'm just not gonna have very many bets in my
Yeah,
like white aggressive decks. I'm still not gonna put it in my white aggressive
it's
decks.
still a defensive card, but it's a better one, and so we could give it a higher number.
Well,
That's
I'm
what it
still
looks like.
giving it a 6. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, that just like opens my mind to the possibility of it. Yeah, like I think it probably would be in a bat stack that's defensive.
Like to be clear, like without the like I was taking into account the game 3 life when I gave it a 6. Like without the
I know
game three
you
life,
are.
I would give it a
So,
5.
so was I. Yeah. So was I, but not enough. I hadn't I hadn't taken it seriously enough. All right. Intrepid Rabbit is 2 and a white for a 3/2 rabbit soldier with offspring 1. You may pay an additional 1 as you cast a spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. And when this creature enters, a creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Wow. So this is our 4 mana 3/2 +1/1, but then also 2 creatures get +1/+1 when it enters.
Yeah, it works with Valiant too.
Wow.
Like double like trigger 2 different Valiant
Yeah,
things.
this is nuts.
Yeah, I think this is our first common 8.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Offspring 1 is such like 1 is so little to pay for an extra 1/1 that like has an effect when it
Yeah.
enters.
Yeah.
I think you will often
I
wait
mean, I'm
until
just
turn
thinking that this
4
is
to cast this.
basically it's a 4 mana card.
But I mean but like you will cast it on turn 3 sometimes, like if you have nothing else to do, right? Like
Yeah, maybe I'll have 2 copies of this in my hand, and I'll play 1 on 3, 1 on 4.
yeah. Like if you just don't have anything to cast on turn 3, it's great that you can cast this, but you're generally aiming for the 4.
Yeah.
And like it's not like it's bad when you cast on turn 3, right? Like 3 mana 3/2 that like has 1 hasty damage is like a playable card, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. This is
just
probably
neat.
gonna be the best white common. I'd be
Yeah,
surprised if it wasn't.
what best white common, not close, I think.
Yeah.
Thistle down players. Tune Await for a 3/3 Mouse Bard. Whenever it attacks, you untap target non-land permanent. So it gives something vigilance. It can give itself vigilance, but the joke is that it triggers Valiance.
Oh, Valiant. Nice.
Yeah.
0 mana. I like it.
So
Okay. I didn't realize it was gonna be this easy.
yeah, this makes me slightly higher on some of the Valiant stuff, but
Yeah. This
how
card's
good's
good,
a
I
3
think.
mana 3/3 vigilance? Because this is kind of a 3 mana 3/3 vigilance, right?
I think that would be decent. I think that would be a 5.
Yeah, so are we calling this a 6 with the Valiant stuff and the
Yeah,
like
I
giving
am.
the vigilance to other things part? Yeah, okay.
I am.
Nice clean 6. Next.
Yeah. All right. Banishing Light is Banishing Light. Okay, fine.
Yep.
I'll read it. 2 and a white for an enchantment. When enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Banishing Light leaves the battle.
It's banishing late, except with 2 fewer words on it.
Oh, yeah. I like that they did that. I think
Yeah,
that's clean. You never enter anything besides the battle. So
I mean, you can enter your hand. You can enter the graveyard.
in fact, it is a little weird. How long do you think it'll be until they take away 2 more words from this text?
Uh oh, you mean leaves?
Yeah. Need anything else? I guess you could actually.
No, I think leaves is much less clear, or like much less like okay. I think eventually they will turn leaves the battlefield into something, but it won't be the word leaves.
I don't know.
Okay. The real thing is, I think that like the other 2 words that they could trim from this is they could say when this enters exile target non-land permanent and the opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield, and that trims 2 words.
No. I don't know. I guess they have actually started doing that. Yeah, I think I have seen that. Might have been only in Duskmourn or something. I swear I saw this on some text recently. It's funny. Really, they
Anyways,
start printing all caps card name in the actual card.
I love all caps card name or just tilde. Tilde is my favorite. I
Yeah.
love using tilde.
Yeah, same. All right. All right, great. How good is Vanishing Light? I think it's premium.
6. Sorry, 7. Yeah, premium.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty easy. Wax Wayne Witness. Lots of W's in this card, including in the mana cost 3 and a W for a 2/4 Bat Cleric with Flying and Vigilance. Whenever you do the Bat thing during your turn, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Notably, this is not capped. So, like, if you just like if you have 4 instances of gaining life and then 4 instances of like losing life, obviously that won't happen. But like, then you'll make this a 10/4.
So it's the stuff with lifelink is less relevant here, but the things that are like basically lifelink work better.
Yeah. Like on attack, gain a life is better than lifelink for this by a lot.
Yeah.
But I think this card is good. Like I think this is just a solid threat, right? Like I just like really like flying vigilance, I guess. Like this just means that like your opponent's small creatures don't do anything and you're clocking them in the air. Like this walls off small creatures and clocks them in the air a bit, right?
If it were 4 flying vigilance. Would you say it's a 6?
A 3/4 flying vigilance. I
Yeah,
mean,
the test.
I would give both that card and just straight 3/4 flying vigilance, no other text. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 4 minutes, 3/4 flying vigilance. That.
Yeah, that's a 6, and I would give this a 6.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
one
great.
awkward thing is that it never has 3 power on your opponent's turn because it says during your turn, right? But
Okay.
I think it's still like I don't know. I think it's still decent.
Yeah, I guess I would say this is worse than just having the extra point of power.
I
The
agree.
ability.
I agree. It's
You're
generally
going to trigger
worse,
0 times more often than 2.
but like I think it's like not that much worse.
Yeah, not much.
I think it's solidly good.
It's a low 6 for me.
Yeah, but it's still a
Yeah,
6.
it's a unsolidly for me. All right, rabbit fonts. Oh, I was talking about this card the other day. 2 white for an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. If you control a rabbit, try 2.
Yeah, I mean it's the thing plus scry 2, you know.
You're right. So I would say this is worse than the one that just investigated and murders the Carlos
Yes,
Planner.
I agree. It's worse than that,
but not much.
not by much.
Yeah. I mean, I'm expecting to control a rabbit person.
I agree. I'm expecting to control a rabbit when I'm casting this card. I want to give this just like a 6. Like I don't know. Like it's pretty hard for this kind of effect to be different than a 6 in a set that supports go wide. So like,
no, it's very possible because it could be narrow, right? Like, in fact, I think it's a 5.
okay, I'm giving it a 6, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like we have
Are
a
you
very
gonna put this
clear
in
go
your
wide theme, right?
in one color pair? You're gonna put this in your Azorius deck? No.
Sometimes actually, yes.
But usually not.
Okay. Like, imagine you're just curving 2 into 3 into the like really good white common, like you know the 3/2 that makes a 1/1, and like that pushes damage, and then you just play this the next turn. Like I don't know, this goes very well with the Intrepid Rabbit. Right? Literally, that's a rabbit, and you know,
yeah,
like
yeah, oh, that's for sure.
I just think that there's like plenty of cards in white that just like incentivize you to be like slightly whiter, like and aggressive. Like I don't think you need
What
to
was
be
that
3
3/1
white.
that I like? 3/1 is a mouse. No, I didn't say you need to be. I was saying that like blue white probably not.
I don't know. I would play this. I could definitely see a blue white deck that just like randomly has like you know some amount of flyers and still aggressive.
It's also the sort of thing I want. And like in my Boros deck, I'm probably gonna prioritize the stuff that actually targets higher.
Yeah, maybe, but like
You're
I don't know. I just think that this has a play. Like I think this is just a powerful effect when you're like playing creatures to the like your Boros deck will still play Intrepid Rabbit, right? Like it'll still play that go wide, at least.
no. I'm gonna have a rabbit. I'd rather have the stuff that targets, or at least relatively. I'm not going to be prioritizing this.
I don't know. I think that this is still a 6, but
okay.
Anyways, so I'm giving it a 6. You're giving it a 5. Next card, Pileated. I have no idea what that word means or how to pronounce it. Pileated Provisioner. This is a 4 and white for a 3/4 bird scout with flying, and something we've seen a lot of times. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control without flying. So we've seen this like 5 mana 3/4 flyer like put a counter on something else like many times across many sets by now, and it's always like solid, but not like exciting. I feel like, you know.
Yeah. Pileated means having uh,
You cut
anyway,
out having a what?
a crest above the pileum, obviously. For
Interesting.
example, the pileated woodpecker
Okay.
is a type of woodpecker.
So it's just like a description for
All right.
birds, like the roseate spoonbill, for
Yes,
example.
I suppose. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's at most a 5,
I think it is a
probably a
five.
4.
I'm not. No, I think
Wait,
this is like high five. I feel like
wait,
these
so
are always high fives.
oh, we did actually play the one in Thunder Junction.
Yeah, you played the
That
one
was
in
actually
Thunder
fun.
Junction. You played the one in like
Okay.
Brothers War. You
Right.
played the
Yeah,
one
you're right.
in Midnight Hunt. I want to say.
Okay. Right. Well, I don't remember all those, but
Okay,
I
well
remember
that's
one in
all the
Thunder.
white cards. What is our white average?
Um, somehow it's formatted as money. All right. Your average is exactly 6 on the white comments.
Nice, we
Mine
did
is
it.
5.85. However, that you're aiming for 6, including the. So I expect you're still going to overshoot 6 by the end, and I'm going to be on the nose.
Okay.
But
There's
yeah,
okay. So it looks
okay.
like
We'll
there's
need to
an
do more calls before we can say whether that's relatively high or low.
okay. So there is an incoming ad break. So I'm gonna go run that and have a short break while I also like progress the food I am making. So yeah, BRB.
Oh,
It's just like 2 minutes. That's all. Okay. Be back? Are you back, Julian?
Okay. Yes, turn.
Great. I think it's your turn for this card. Card we've seen before.
Shore up. Yeah. Shore up. Single blue instant. Card creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it.
Yeah.
All right.
Solid combat trick, or well, no,
Banger.
more often save your creature trick. Certainly.
Yeah. This is like that white one, except you don't have to give him a food, and it untaps it.
Yeah, but you can't use it to win a combat. Really, like the white one. I think the white one is more often
You
used to
can.
like just win a
It's
combat,
half as
right?
well.
Yeah, well, more than like less than half as well, right? Because like this wins exactly combats where your thing
Yeah,
would have
whatever.
exactly died, and then the white
Or
one
their thing
wins
would have exactly not
combats up
done.
to like exactly dying over by one, dying over by two, kind of, right? Like this lets your 3/3 tangle with a 3/3. The white one lets your 3/3 tangle with a 3/3 4/4 5/5. Right?
All right, dude. You
Um.
there?
So how good is the shore up?
Yeah, I was saying I think it's better than the white one, but probably still a 6.
You think this is better than the white one? I think this is like similar to the white one. I don't know. I agree it's a 6 though. Like I don't know. I think they just have different utilities. Like I said, like the white one's better at combat. This one's better at protecting your thing.
Yeah, and overall, this one's better.
Sure, we can agree to disagree. Anyways,
Yeah, we're agreeing on 6, though, right?
yeah. We will agree to
Yeah.
disagree on the same number.
Yeah, great.
Bellowing Crier. This is 1 in the blue for a 2/1 Frog Advisor. When it enters, you loot. Draw a card, then discard a card.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. 2 mana 2/1. Like we've seen, for example, red 2 mana, like a red 2 mana 2/1 that rummages. This is better than that.
And that was like a. Yeah. I don't think looting is that much better than rummaging. But
Yeah.
whatever. Obviously, the joke is a frog. You're gonna like pick it up and do it again. But looting is not the best thing to repeat.
Yeah, like I think the joke is also that you're like filling your graveyard for threshold.
Oh, really?
Just a bit of a joke, you know. It's blue black.
Yeah.
It's like a bit. Anyways, I think that this card is like I don't know, like a 5. It's like decent. You'll play it sometimes, like a low 5. Maybe the okay
low
5. I don't know. It just doesn't
I'm looking at the same. I can't do it. I'm off the frog.
Sorry, what?
I said 4 because I just can't do it. Frog
Okay.
is not enough for me. Thought Shucker.
Yeah.
1 in a blue for a 1/3 rat rogue. 1 in a blue to put a +1/+1 counter on Thought Shucker and draw a card. Activate only if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard and only one. Only once. Okay. So it hangs around as a 1/3 and eventually it actually draws you a card and is a 2/4.
One way to think about this is this is like the floor is 2 blue for a 2/4 draw card when you have threshold.
Okay, but when you have threshold.
Yeah. The threshold draw card, right?
All right. Well, what if I thought of this as like Raven Inspector?
Well, it's a Thraben Inspector that you can't trade off. So this is a weird card in that like
yeah, it sucks.
So well, I don't know if it sucks because like if you like do get to activate this, I think it like is quite good, right? Like you got to pay 4 mana in 2 installments for a 2/4 draw card. That's like not bad. right?
Yeah.
But the problem is like
No, and
the
it helps a lot to be able to, block with your 1/3 on turn 2 first.
yeah. The problem though
Okay,
is that it's
it
a
doesn't.
threshold card that like doesn't incentive that doesn't trade off well, right?
Good.
Like if you're
It,
trying to get
yeah.
threshold, you really want your cards to be trading, to be like, going to the graveyard. And this like makes it harder to get threshold because this card like doesn't productively go to the graveyard, right?
I mean, it's supposed to be the payoff, not the name.
Yeah, but the best threshold cards will do both, right? That's why I liked the 4 mana 2/5 like
That's
Switch
Surveil.
Surveil,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
Whatever. Yeah. Um. Okay. I'm willing to give it a 5 actually.
Yeah, I think 5 is about the right amount. I think like yeah, like if this were like I don't know, one in the blue, activate like put a counter on this and draw a card, activate this only on turn like 5 or like turn 5 or later, right? I would give that maybe like a 6 or something. But this is like worse than that.
Okay. Yeah. I like it more than the frog.
I agree. I like this more than the frog.
Okay, but for you, they're the same.
Okay. This is why numbers are
That's
fake.
fine.
This is why numbers are fake.
That's not,
Anyways,
it's not a problem.
yeah, I know, but still, numbers are fake. Anyways, Dazzling Denial. 1 in the blue for an instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, so quench. But if you control a bird, instead they have to pay 4. So quench with upside.
I mean,
If you have a bird, this is very
as
good.
always, I'm a sucker for quench. Yeah, it's like lofty denial, but except the downside is not is like much better. The fail case.
Well, yeah, but it's also harder to control. It's like almost strictly harder to control a bird than it is to control a flying creature, you know?
It is strictly harder, but it's also in a set very similar.
Okay. Well, no, it's like half of the flyers are bats, right? And the other half are birds.
Are they? Okay, but you're blue. Are there blue bats? Yeah, I guess they
Uh,
are. Wait, hold on. Wait, what are the bats?
okay. Okay, I'm looking right now at the number of birds there are below rare, and there are 9 birds below rare. Well, which is
Okay,
like
there are no blue bats.
there's no blue bats, but like you probably will be playing this in a blue-white deck, right? Like, and like in a blue-white deck, you'll play some bats because they have flying. Also, you'll play some other. Remember, your blue-white deck needs creatures that don't have flying, so you'll naturally want to play a mix of birds and non-birds.
Disaster. Yeah. Okay, there are like there are a few common flyers that aren't birds, but only a few.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that this card is like. I think that the upside,
I
the
still
bird
think it's
upside, is
better
not
than
going to
Lofty
come up
Denial
that
overall.
much, right?
What?
I think the bird upside just isn't going to come up that much.
I do.
I don't know.
Flying.
I don't know. I want to give this like a 6.
Yeah. It can't be higher than 6. The
Like
quench.
I don't
You
know.
can't
It's
give
a
quench as high as
quench.
birds.
It's a
Yeah.
quench.
But like, I mean, what other quenches that we had? This is better than the suspect one. Better than probably even make disappear. I don't know.
Make disappear was weird. I think it was just like a 6. I don't
Okay.
know. I think that like
Yeah.
you'll be very like it might go up to a 7 in like a blue-white deck, but like.
No, Jason, I definitely don't want to give it a 7. Like,
Well, yeah.
I'm
Yeah, no. I'm saying what I'm saying is like in a blue-white deck, this might get like meaningfully like really good for being like counter
Yeah.
unless they pay 4. Yeah.
Yeah, look, to me, like Just Quench would be a 4. Like basically any format. I'm just like,
Oh,
that's mediocre.
yeah.
Even though I love it, it's just not very good. So it's like I'm adding 2 to the number for this upside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Like I agree, the upside matters a lot. I'm just saying, like, like the ceiling of the upside is like a 7, right?
Yes. Yeah. All right. Is this me? Yeah.
Yes.
Run away together. Another replay. 1 in a blue for an instant. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. Oh, I see. It's got the commander wording.
Yeah, I mean that's how it was printed originally as well.
Yeah. No,
So
it must be.
the joke is you like bounce your opponent's thing and also rebuy like
It's wrong.
something with an ETB. Like the original context of this had adventure creatures. Like one thing you would often do with this was like bounce your Merfolk Secret Keeper to mill them for 4 again. Um, so I
Yeah,
think
but it's also just sometimes nice to, unsummon your own thing in response to removal or combat, and then also bounce their other thing. Like, it's very flexible. Uh,
yeah, like it's definitely a very flexible card. It's just like it's a card that's hard to. It's like a card that is more of a one of than anything, unless you have
okay.
like
Yeah,
unless
that's
you
for
have
both
like
of
a
your
lot
keeper
of
deck.
specific things, right? Whereas like I feel like in in original Eldraine, it would sometimes be good enough that you like actively want a lot of them. Whereas like I feel like here it doesn't have
Yeah,
that feeling.
that was just like that's for both of your keeper stuff or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, but like
Oh
basically what
no,
I'm
I
saying is
don't
that
expect
like
that.
this is not going to be. I don't see a reason
Yeah.
in this set to like load up on these things.
All right. You want to call it decent or good?
I'm gonna call it decent. I'm gonna call it a 5. Like I feel like
Okay.
anything that I only
Decent.
want one copy of can't really be that much more better than a 5. You know?
The like white Ansem card more copies than this.
Oh yeah. No, like the White Anthem card, you like very often want like to
Two.
have like 2 or
Yeah.
3 in your deck so that you consistently draw one and you like and sometimes you can actually make use of 2. But yeah.
Yeah, I would say 3 is usually pushing it.
Nicole, I don't think that like infinite good offspring cards makes this good because like not all the offspring cards are like that meaningful to play. Like you kind of to make this like really nice, you need to be getting like a card out of it on the ETB. But yeah. Anyways, Finch.
Well, it depends
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
how much the card costs too.
Yeah.
You want the card to be cheap that you got. Yeah. And the ideal thing is that frog that costs you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Finch
Because that's true.
formation. 2 in the blue for a 2/2 flyer. 2/2 flyer bird scout. It has ETB, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn, so it like jumps your non-flyers, and it has Offspring 3. So you can pay 3 mana for a Windrake that jumps a creature for a turn, or you pay 6 mana for a Windrake and a 1/1 flyer that jumps 2 creatures. So that 6 mana mode can really kill people.
Mostly think of it as Windrake, I guess.
Yeah, but like, okay.
The leap is good though, because I have to play creatures without flying, and then I'm gonna give it flying.
Yeah, I feel like if the blue-white deck works, then this card should probably be good. But like, I'm not convinced the blue-white deck works. You know?
No, me neither. Yeah, exactly. I'll say 5.
Yeah, 5 seems good.
All right. Night Whirl Hermit. 2 in a blue for a 1/4 rat rogue with vigilance. And threshold, it gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. 2/4 vigilance unblockable is very nice. Not completely insane though.
1/4 vigilance.
Ah, gross.
Not great. Remember the crime
Yeah.
card from OTJ? It was like the 1/4 vigilance that got +2/+0 when you committed a crime.
Is it blue?
Yeah. 2 in the blue for a 1/4 vigilance. No. I agree that unblockable is way different. But like 3/4 vigilance is pretty hard to block anyways, and it triggers way
Why am I
more
trying to
often.
attack? Yeah, I don't like.
I think this card is kind of mediocre. Like 1/4 is just not that good of a stat line, and it's a 1/4 for way too long. I think.
Yeah, but we talked through that a couple times. That threshold is. Yeah, and I would need I need to get like +3/+0. You can't do block.
Yeah, I was actually thinking like, what if this always had unblockable? That might actually be worth something because you get like a consistent clock early, right?
Oh. Yeah, I mean you could load it and you can play auras or something.
Yeah, but yeah, I think as is, this is like a 4.
Yeah, I might actually. I hate it. 1 is 3. Somebody's got to be a 3.
You think
Somebody's
this
got
is
to be a 2.
weak instead of mediocre? No, I think this is mediocre.
Yeah, I think we're too polite.
Low 3. Okay, anyways.
Mediocre.
Water spout.
Water.
Or this is my turn, right? I think. Yeah. Water spout warden. 2 in the blue for a 3/2 frog soldier. When it attacks, if another creature entered. Wait. Oh, why does this say entered the battlefield? Why doesn't this say if another creature entered under your control this turn? SMH. Anyways, whenever it attacks, if another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, it gains flying until end of turn. So it's a 3-mana 3/2 that can have flying. Well, like we'll generally have flying if you're playing things pre-combat, but like that's a cost to play things pre-combat, and you don't always you run out of gas.
Yeah. Okay. Weird. Frog for some reason.
Notably, this never blocks as a flyer.
Yeah, this line of text is really annoying. That's another thing you said. Yeah. Anyway,
I think that this card is mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. I'm glad we agree. So another problem is like what you don't really like. This loses flying as the game goes on, and flying gets better as the game goes on. So like it has the flying at the wrong times, kind of.
It's just too weird. The card is too weird.
Okay, let's give this like a 4.
I don't know. Yeah. Pearl of Wisdom. 2 in a blue for a sorcery. Draw 2 cards. However, you cost 1 less to cast if you control an otter.
Nice. If you control the blue-red signpost otter, it costs 1 mana.
1 mana. That's nice with prowess. Yeah.
I mean, 2 mana draw 2 is quite good, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you kind of can't put it in your deck unless you have at least like 3 otters.
Yeah. I want to give this a 6. Like I would give a divination a 5.
Yeah. So you really think about grading for upside. I don't know. Wait. You would give divination. Sorry.
I would give divination a 5. Do you disagree with this?
Yeah, normal divination would be a 3. No upside.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say higher. Okay, sure, fair. I would get. I feel like normal divination is at least a 4.
I just wouldn't put it in my deck unless I had to.
Sorry, like I guess okay, that's fair.
Uh, so like, that's why I said I think you have to be playing otters, like roughly 3 otters.
Okay, I'll call this a 5 then. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. And like, I am okay with paying 3 mana for this fairly often. I just need to be getting a chance at 2 mana.
Yeah. Light Shell Duo. 3 and a blue for a 3/4 rat otter. So this is going to care about non-creature spells and also Threshold. It's a 3/4
Suppose,
with
yeah.
prowess and ETB Surveil 2. That's a solid body with a solid enters trigger. Like,
And then, yeah, the combination means you can get your prowess trigger if you want it next turn.
yeah. Like
That's kind of big.
4 mana 3/4 prowess is like quite nice, right? Like it's kind of a 4
Yeah,
mana 4/5 sometimes. Yeah.
I think this is more of an otter than a rat.
Well, I just don't know if rats makes sense as an archetype, I guess. But
Well, yeah, I just mean I think it is enabling otter stuff, but more than threshold stuff. Like, I mean, first of all, that divination is kind of important. Like, I'm probably gonna try and play it in my otter decks, and so I'm gonna like want otters. And it's an otter. Sorry, that's kind of obvious, but like, I like the idea of playing this surveil into my 2 mana divination.
yeah,
Play that. Play another thing. Attack for 5. Things are looking good.
I think that this is a 7.
Ooh, a 4-drop.
Okay, fine. I think
I
that this is a high 6.
Great.
No, I think this is a 7. I'm back to 7. I thought about it a bit more. Like, I don't know. It's not. This is like close enough to Organ Hoarder for me to call it a 7, right? Like surveil. Obviously, there's a big difference between drawing a card and not drawing a card, right? But also, this is a real body. This is like a very real threat body.
I know, but like, you gotta understand that like, Organ Hoarder was surveil 2, then draw a card. Effectively.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah.
Organ Hoarder is a 9. This is a 7. Okay.
Sure. I am saying this for now. All right. Dire Downdraft. 3 and a blue for an instant. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library, and it costs 1 less to cast. 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. I guess.
I mean, this card is always okay. This card is always weird, is how I put it, because like sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's like mediocre. But like,
I never really understood how it works.
But this costing 3 is a lot less than costing 4, right? Like a lot less. And like it's attacking or if it's tapped. Obviously, this is worse than Burying Bucks because like it
that one costs 2, right?
No, that one costs 3 if you like. It costs 2 less from 5, so it costs 3
seconds from top.
But only but it only hit attacking creatures, but it always put it second from the top. They couldn't choose.
Yeah, I don't know. This is they couldn't choose. Yeah, okay. All right, this is worse than Burying Bucks.
Yeah, but this is still pretty good. Like I think this is premium.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give this a 7. Like 3 is a lot. Like the worst part of this effect is always that it costs 4 mana, and 3 is a lot less than 4.
I understand. I'm gonna call it not a 7 because you give him a scry 1.
Like, I don't think it matters whether or not you give them a scry 1. Like, I don't know. So okay.
I don't know. I think if you
like
subtract a scry from a card, it's a lot worse.
Yeah, but Burying Books is an 8, and this is a 7. I don't know. Like I just think that this is
Yeah,
like
that one was pretty particular.
another thing is like
All right, well,
how much like ETB stuff exists in the set, and I think there just isn't that. I don't. It doesn't feel like there's that many.
yeah, no, that's
There's nothing that's. It's not like the premium threats are like Oregon Porters, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm giving this a 7.
I mean, so far the best common has is the Offspring guy.
Sure, that is true.
Yeah.
But you get to like put back the creature that's attacking when they play that.
Oh, that comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Uh, Next, Sky Skipper Duo. This is the Bird Frog. So this is 5 mana, 4 in a blue for a 3/3 flyer Bird Frog. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So it's 5 mana, 3/3 flyer, blink a thing, long blink a thing. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, okay, how good is this if it draws a card?
Uh, 7 at least. Yeah, 7.
Okay, I feel like that's like somewhat near the ceiling of it.
Ceiling. Yeah.
So are we giving this like a 5 or a 6?
Probably 5. I mean, I guess you can always like untap something. I don't know. It's so expensive. Yeah, I think 5.
I want to give this a 6, but I have a hard time justifying it, so I think I'm
Yeah.
giving it a 5.
I'm proud of you, Jason. Old Jason would have done this.
What? No, no, no. I just like I haven't seen any blue cards that I want to blink with this. Is all, you know. Anyways,
Also, this is like a bird for some reason, but it's just not helping the bird archetype because it has slime.
How many times can we
We got
dunk on the
Mind
bird archetype?
I don't know. Mind Spiral is 4 in a blue, sorcery, gift a tapped fish. So you can give him a 1/1 tapped fish. And then target player draws 3 cards. If the gift was promised, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter. Ooh. Oh. I don't want to give him a fish. I do want to stun them. Choices.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I feel like this more so the reason why this says target player on it is so that if you gift this, it has more than one target, so they can't fizzle it by like giving the creature hexproof or something. So that's the joke there.
Yes. Good.
But yeah, I feel like this is more often than not like. Well, it's weird because like it's really nice to have that flexibility because like imagine if you're ahead, right? Imagine if you're ahead on board, you're just like killing your opponent, right? And then you go, okay, I'm going to draw 3 and give you a fish, but also like get like tap your creature down for 2 turns of blocking. That can be pretty devastating.
I mean, if I'm drawing 3 while ahead, I don't need to do that. I'm
No,
burning resources.
wait, like legitimately, I think that like I don't know. There are times where this is absolutely backbreaking because not only are you like
Yeah, but it's weird that you're talking about when you're ahead is at that time. Like to me, the point when it's backbreaking is when you like are behind, like a little behind on board and a little bit behind on cards, and now suddenly you catch up on both. You stabilize and you're having cards now.
It's not very good at making okay. The reason why I'm talking about when you're ahead is I don't think this is very good at catching you up from behind because like from behind you only get to tap the creature down for 1 turn, right? When they're attacking.
Yeah, but it's like sometimes you're just desperate to do that when you're taking your turn off to draw 3. You're just desperate to like get a little bit of tempo back.
Yeah, but you also give them a 1/1.
Yeah, that's why I'm sad.
This is a weird card. I think it's very close to just 5 mana draw 3 in controlling decks, and then like the thing is like I can see this doing a lot of work in blue red decks, right? Because like you have prowess, you're naturally somewhat aggressive. You make this cost 4 maybe, and then you get to tap their thing down,
Mhm.
attack. They get a fish, but whatever, and you like refill your hand to get like. I think this card can be very scary in prowess decks. I want to give it a 6.
I don't. I want to give it a 4.
Feel free to. I think that this
Yeah, I'm
card
just loading the blue cards today.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I think this card is going to I don't know how to make this prediction, but basically my feeling is that this card will be worse on 17 lands than how good it actually is by like more than usual because people will gift a tap fish too often, like way
What?
too often.
People don't like getting fish. They're not going to get fish for no
No, like
reason.
it says it's like it gives you the option, and you're like, oh wow, it does something cool. Maybe I'll just do that, you know?
Gifting the fish is like chump blocking.
Sure.
I think.
Anyways, okay, I'm standing by my 6. Weird card, but I'm giving
Yeah.
it 6.
All right. So your average is 5.38. My average is 4.92.
We really don't
So
like blue, huh?
yeah, we're both significantly lower on blue than white. Me even more than you.
Oh, I will say Mind Spiral. It's a splash card. It's splashable. Draw 3. All right.
Okay, that's fair actually.
Yeah, I do not like blue. I feel like there was nothing in blue that really grabbed me. Like nothing. I'm like, oh, I actively want to
Yep.
get blue.
Yeah, and I think I started like cards maybe unfairly because those vibes. Anyway, ready for black?
Yeah. Give me 1 second to check on my food. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need like a minute to take something out of the oven, and yeah.
Yep.
Good morning. Okay, now that I have gifted myself some tapped fish, I am ready.
Great.
Some 2+2 aura we can slap on this. Oh, are we talking about uh this first black card?
Or black.
Ravine
Right.
Raider.
Yeah.
So this is
There
black
we
for
go.
a 1/1 lizard rogue with menace. So 1 and a 1/1, and you can pump it +1/+1 for 2 mana. So just like any number of times. I mean, this fits very well with what lizards want to do, right? Um, like you really want to deal damage to your
Right. Like
opponent.
you threaten to pump, they don't block, you deal one, you get your thing.
Yeah, it
That
doesn't threaten
works.
to pump very well, right? Like Even if you have 4 mana, like, and you attack with it, it
Okay.
still only becomes like a 3/3, right? Like, um, it is.
Yeah, but are they double blocked and let you trade your 1/1 for 2 creatures or one good
Well,
creature?
usually, like, I think it's not that hard to block a 3/3 menace in a way that only loses 1 creature. If they have to put 4 mana into that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely has some
I
sort of
mean, not
activation.
definitely.
But, like,
Yeah.
the big thing is it's just, like, a cheap creature that gets you going. I think this is strong.
Um,
I want to give it a 6.
yeah, me too.
Nice.
All right. Agent Blade Assassin. 1 and a black for a 1/3 lizard assassin. Whenever Agent Blade Assassin attacks, the defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay. That's actually good. I mean, the issue is it's like can go badly in combat because it's small,
Yeah.
but otherwise it's kind of like a 2/3.
Yeah, if this attacks twice, it's very good, right?
Yeah.
If it attacks
And,
only once, it's okay. It's kind of mediocre. Presumably, you'll have ways to try to
yeah.
push this through, but like I don't exactly know what those ways are. I guess
All right. I'm optimistic,
I do
but
like it.
I think it's probably worse than the previous card.
I think I'm not sure. I think it's worse than the previous card because the previous card, like 1 mana, is very nice, right? But like I'm not like I think there's more competition for this slot, right? But
Yeah.
it's less
No.
competition for the 1 drop slot. But like if I'm like actually like have it in my hand, I'm like I feel like the two are comparable. And yeah, this does work with bats.
Was bats.
It
Oh,
gains life,
wait, what?
right? Like like it triggers your
Oh,
bats up
oh.
because it gains life.
Yeah. Sorry, I got confused. So I thought that's what lizards were doing, but no, lizards care about them losing life.
Yeah,
That's anything this does.
I'm gonna give this
Okay.
a 6.
Yeah. I'll I'll, I'll be optimistic about it too then. Kind of the same as the previous year.
Next, Bone Bind Order. 1 in the black for a 2/2 Squirrel Warlock Bard. It's just a 2/2 while it's on the battlefield, but you can pay 4 and exile it from your graveyard to return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Notably, you can do this at instant speed, just like leave this up. But yeah, just like value. It's kind of like 2/2 when it dies, draw a shitty card, right? But like it's still a card.
Uh, I guess like a yeah, the clue that draws a raised dead or something.
Worse than that still.
Okay, yeah, 2 mana raised dead. Sorry, and just do it at the same time. All right, never mind. Bad analogy. It's
Yeah,
really
it's very
expensive.
inefficient.
This is the point. Really expensive, but I'm willing to live with that.
I'm not sure if I am because like consider that like squirrels want you to forage and therefore they want you to like exile cards from your graveyard. This like
And this is like 2 cards in your yard that you need to keep there.
yeah, right, like yes it gives value but you can already get value from your graveyard in black green, so like this becomes worse because it's like a worse value probably generally.
I guess, but like what is probably still like the only 2 drop that kind of works with my deck if I'm black green. Like the drain one guy is
Well, like you can just play green cards right instead of black cards. Like
yeah.
my okay, basically the way I want to put it is I feel like like my good black green decks will not play this card.
Yikes.
So I'm gonna give it a 4. You cut out. I did not hear what you said.
I said I'm still gonna say it's a 5.
Wow.
I don't think it's like much worse than the 1-3. All right, we've got Saver.
It's
One and
so
a black for
weird.
an instant.
You're giving things higher grades than I am. That's a new concept.
I mean, not on average. I'm just being more disagreeable today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, Saver. One and a black instant. Current creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Create a food token.
Very nice.
Oh,
Create a food token.
yeah.
You drew a card basically, right?
No.
I mean, so some of the question is how much does -2/-2 kill, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually know what the answer to that is. Like we've seen a lot of -3/-3, and it's like kind of unfortunate that this doesn't like do. This never does better than -2/-2, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes when you see
usually
like
these have 4 potential kill things.
yeah, but still like it gives you a food, right?
Is the ass is a food better than Genius Free Life?
I mean, it depends, but I think on average, no. But in some decks, definitely yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
-2/-2 gain 3 is pretty good, though. Right?
Yes. If it just had I'll probably still give it a 7.
He'd probably still give it a 7 if it said -2/-2 gain 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And I am.
Julian cutting out, unfortunately. I don't know how to fix it.
Okay, is it I can't tell. Yeah, I'll just like lean closer.
I can see if I
I
can
tried to
like
look at me and said,
maybe I'll try to like increase the rate at which my computer does things or something. Um, let's see. Maybe that'll help. It'll make my computer make more fan noises. Hopefully that the fan noises are not like actually audible, but if they are, let me know. I
yeah,
suspect
not like
it's
the
on
ones
your
I
end
had the last
actually.
time.
So I don't know.
Yeah. I checked.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have improved things. Oh well. Um. Anyways,
What was
so
your
I think I'm giving this a 7 as well. Like I don't know. Seems just like good, but not like narrow enough that it doesn't get into like best common territory. You know.
Yep.
Next up, Dagger Fang Duo. So this does rats and squirrels. 2 and a black for a 3/2 with Death Touch. It's a rat squirrel. ETB, mill 2 cards. Or you may mill 2 cards. You don't have to. So this gets you very well towards Threshold because it puts 2 cards in your graveyard and also trades off very well. And then like also helps with forage stuff. So yeah, very natural for it to just mill cards.
Yeah.
So how much is this like the 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch mill 3 from Theros?
Oh. That's actually a pretty favorable comparison. I don't know. Ceres is so long ago that I feel like cards are better now.
Yeah, that's fair. But also like this is a similar thing of like stocking your graveyard, which like can represent cards. like card advantage, and also trading
Yeah.
off with anything. But I will definitely, cards in graveyard have a hard time being as impactful as in Theros, right? Like literally in Theros, like
Yeah.
every 3 cards was worth a
It's
card,
everything.
right? Whereas
Yeah.
this, like, you have to forage. So, like, forage gets rid of 3 cards and like doesn't always give you a card and isn't always available.
Yep. Okay.
6,
I,
it's good.
I'll say 5.
It's 5. Okay,
I,
I think this is good enough to be a 6, but I don't know. You're next.
I'm not a huge fan of Death Touch,
You're not.
but whatever.
I feel like Death Touch is pretty good. It just trades.
Not when you already have 3 power.
No,
Eh,
3 power Death Touch definitely matters. Like,
I know. Otherwise, I would have given it like a much lower number, but
sure.
whatever. Starlit Soothsayer is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Bat Cleric with flying. Beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, surveil 1. Oh, not very much.
No, not very.
Yeah. I mean, I love surveil 1, but come on. I can work to surveil 1. Otherwise, it's just a Windrake.
How many times do you have to
Jeez.
surveil for this to be good?
Twice, at least.
Okay, given that, I'm inclined to give this like a 4.
I'm inclined to give it a 3.
I don't know, it's a Windrake.
Windrake would be a 2.
No, Windrake's a 3.
Yeah, I guess.
Windrakes are not the worst commons, come on.
Uh, they definitely are nowadays.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
sure
don't
every
know.
common this set is going to be better than Windrake.
We haven't gotten to every common in this set. I'm still giving this a 4. I think it really doesn't matter, though.
Yeah.
Dire Sight.
Okay.
2 in a black for a sorcery, surveil 2, then draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life. So, we often see this in black, like a scry 2, draw 2, lose 2 kind of deal.
No. Usually it's just up to lose 2.
I feel like we've seen. Wait, like, Read the Bones exists. Notion Rain exists. I guess Notion Rain
That's
was
4
old.
mana.
Wait, Read the Bones is not 4 mana.
Oh, yeah, never mind. But sometimes it's 4.
Anyways, this is like this is a pretty good version of this. Like, I would say, okay, what I was trying to say is that we often see some sort of like draw 2, lose 2 with upside, and that upside is often like a scry 2 kind of thing. But like this is on the upper end of that, right? Surveil 2.
It's often worse. Yeah. It's usually worse than try to. Now it's better than try to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good. Give it a 6.
6, yeah, enables and this enables bats. This enables threshold. This enables
It's a forge on
forage. Yeah.
it to bend them, then, but whatever. Oh. Okay. Nocturnal Hunger. 2 and a black. Instant. You can gift a food. Destroy target creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you lose 2 life. Oh, so it is downside. It's murder. I thought it was going to be like single pipped murder was upside, but it's single pipped murder was downside.
Mm-hmm.
The downside is like a choice between you lose 2 or they gain 3 if they spend 2 mana or something. Which is not much downside, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're aggressive, generally, like, you can just say, okay, I'll lose 2, and then like whatever. If you're ahead, you can do that, and if you're behind, you can say, okay, great, you have a food. I don't care about you gaining life. Right?
Taking the second tip off of murder is really big. Even if you're not trying to splash it, you just like actually get to cast it on turn 3. Unlike your 8 swamp deck, with that like is only 50-50 to have it on turn 3 or something. Okay, not literally, but
Yeah, but also Losing 2 life is a big downside. Like,
It is. It is. Yeah. And the earlier in the game, the more like unwilling to give a food you are or something, because they might turn it into something real.
yeah.
But I would say this is probably better than murder. Like I would
Yeah,
give this
but
a higher number than murder
it's not
if
like murder is that
it
good these days. But
yeah.
I would say this is
I
on
mean,
par with murder.
yeah. I
I'm
would give it
giving
a. If
6.
we were doing fractional numbers, I would give it like 0.2. All right, you think murder's a 6? You're probably right.
I'm saying this is a 6. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was saying about 7, but I think you're right. Ooh, it's a mind drop.
Psychic Whirl. 2 in the black for a sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Then if you control a rat, surveil 2. It's a mind rot. It sure is a mind rot.
So rats with the mirror, right?
Yeah, rats are Demir. This is the they want threshold. So this like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know helps, but also like I don't know. It's a mind rot. 4.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I really like mine. Yeah, it has to be.
This Feral 2
Huh.
is nice if you get it, definitely, but like amusingly,
Yeah.
Surveil 2 is best
Oh,
in the
well,
game
wait.
in low resource games.
Yeah, what would you give it if it like cost 1 less if you had a rat set?
Oh, then I would give it like a 5 at least. I feel like there's a big difference between like being
Okay.
able to double spell with Mind Rod on turn 4 and not being able to do that.
Yeah, I know. No, Surveil 2 is really good.
Mm,
Okay, it's mediocre though.
I think it's still a 4.
All right, scales. Yeah, scales of shale. 2 in a black instant. Cost 1 less for each lizard you control. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible.
Mm.
Wow, affinity for lizards. All right, so it's like take up the shield. Wait, no, doesn't give a counter.
Doesn't give a counter, but I mean, you're not wrong. It is like take up the shield.
Yeah, I mean it gains 1 more life than that.
Yeah.
This has got to be a good card. I mean, yeah, like
Yeah.
you definitely lizards are a big deal,
I think this is a
but
7.
yeah, I mean it's an optimistic 7, like, but that's not too.
Like, I think of take up the shield as like an 8 or like a high
I mean,
7.
let me see some lizards. 2 drop with a lizard. Wow. Like the 1 and 2 drop we talked about at the beginning, those were the lizard.
Yeah,
This
those
is
were
really good with
lizards.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Like,
Perfect card.
I think of
Oh my god.
take of the shield as like high 7, close to 8, and I think the counter does matter a lot. Like leaving something behind does actually matter quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But like this
This
also
is
has a
worse
lot of
than Take Up
upside.
the Shield, but not by much. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying 7.
Yeah. I'm solid 7 as well.
Great. Thorn Plate Intimidator. 3 in black for a 4/3 rat rogue with offspring 3. When it enters, you do the what's like the Punisher
You can
thing.
read it.
They lose 3 life unless
Yeah.
they sack a non-land permanent or discard a card. Okay.
Yeah. You can do it twice for 7
Mm-hmm.
mana. So
7 is a lot of mana.
yeah. But you want to do this thing as many additional times. I guess
So let's say, how good is 4 mana 4/3? They lose 3. It's
good.
like 6 level maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
How good is they discard a card? Like,
Well, they had to discard a card, then it'd be like a 7.
okay. How good is like they sack a thing?
Still a 7.
Okay. So what if they
Maybe.
get the choice? That
Then
that
it's
means
like a
that
5.
it's at most a 6, right? If they get to
It's like a
choose, then
5,
it's at
yeah.
most a 6. Um, and yeah,
Yeah.
like you said, like probably more like 5. How good is the choice?
But then you add in the offspring.
Yeah, yeah. Are we back to 6?
We might be. I think you're going to play it for 7 sometimes. And then it'll be kind of backbreaking, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in for 6.
sure. Weird card, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just so disgusting. 7.
I think it's best in. I know it's a
Yeah.
rat, but I think it's best in green black. Almost certainly.
And then most of the time it will be just 4 mana, 4/3, deal 3.
Yeah.
Glide Dive Duo. It's a bat lizard. 5 mana and 4 and a black. It's a 3/3 flyer. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Big
Okay.
vampire spawn.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm underrated, but that's not impressive to me.
I think it's at least a 6.
Really? Oh.
It's a vampire spawn effect. I don't know. That's like,
It's so expensive.
yeah, but it's on a 3/3 flyer, which like helps with the like the drain matters more because now you have a 3/3
Okay.
flyer.
Vampire Spawn is like 1 mana overcosted, right? 2 mana, 2/3 is, okay, fine. 1 mana overcosted. This is more than 1 mana. This 4 mana 3/3 flyer is not great.
But it works better with the drain. Like legitimately, it like makes the drain
Yeah.
more pressuring. I think this is a 6, like a low 6.
Okay. I'll say 5.
Early winter, 4 and a black. Oh yeah. Sorry, this is grasping throw. Thank you, Armoric. Do you not remember grasping throw? Did you play that
Oh,
set?
wait, Ravnica Allegiance?
Yes.
Are you crazy? I've never played.
Let me tell you, grasping
Okay,
throw was a banger. It was exactly this card, except it cost 3 white black instead of 4 white, and it was a banger. This card is great.
yeah, this card looks horrible.
Anyways,
It sounds like you guys
this is definitely a 6.
living 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years ago it was a 7.
You need to get with the times.
Now it's a 6.
All right.
Anyways, early winter, 4 and a black, instant, choose one, either exile target creature or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. Great. So like, I mean, mostly target player exiles an enchantment they control is equivalent to exile target enchantment in limited. Like, or at least in this format, like it often will be.
Yeah.
But like, still, it's 5 mana.
I mean, I still don't want to. I don't want to trade with your Genshin Lake for 5 mana.
5 is a lot of mana. It is
Thanks.
instant speed. But yeah,
I know.
4 is how much I think it stinks.
Yeah, can I give it a 3?
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm asking if I'm allowed to. Just,
Yeah, you're allowed to give it a 3. You're allowed to do whatever you want.
all right, I did. All right, I did.
Okay.
All right, black, better than blue, worse than white. We both agree on that.
Yep.
I think that was a good time to for me.
You're cutting out again.
That win.
Sorry.
So I was just reminding the chat they can find the grades that I've been entering at that spreadsheet.
That's a good reminder. Yes. Follow along
Yeah.
with our arbitrary numbers.
Right. So we both agree on the relative ordering. White is better than black, is better than blue
Okay.
so far. And within that, I don't know. It's pretty equidistant.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Your
What's
numbers
the
are higher than mine.
what's the average for black for both of us?
5.54 for you, 5.31 for me.
Okay.
Yeah. But we'll get better or more precise as you go.
Yeah, what were the white cards
All
that
right.
like? Oh,
Start with
right. There was some really good white cards. We haven't given anything in black or blue in 8, right? Like black or blue just don't have
yeah,
any
that's
8s.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. All right. We've got Might of the Meek. We already talked about this one. Single red instant. Target creature gains trample until end of turn. It also gets +1/+0 until end of turn if you control a mouse and draw a card.
I didn't realize it had the
Right.
mouse
So,
text. I thought the way you were describing it, I thought it was just trample draw card.
but yeah, I mean, in the deck that benefits the most from this is the deck with lots of mice.
Yeah, I mean this is a like I assume that when you are casting this, you are casting this with the intention to have a mouse in play because you're a red white.
Well,
Like,
you could be blue red.
okay, I guess. I guess you could be blue red and like play this as like a
Then it's
can.
kind of mediocre.
That doesn't sound great, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird cantrip then. But I mean, you can just target your opponent saying if you don't have anything.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Um,
Um, like I feel like there usually isn't much of a reason to play a blank cantrip unless you have like a really big spells payoff, like make an
yeah.
XX where X is the number of spells in your graveyard, right?
Yeah, but it's not blank. It gives trample. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I
Trample's not
agree.
very good as it
Yeah,
is.
it gets trampled, but can be blown out. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
two sides of the same coin.
Okay. Card's kind of
Um.
narrow.
Anyways, the +1/+0
Really,
draw card has been historically pretty good in like heroic kind of shells, right?
just Defiant Strike. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
this is
this,
Ancestral Anger, but an instant, and also no multiples text.
yeah. So like if you are the Valiant Mice deck, this is pretty good, right? Like usually you're getting your money's worth for it. Like I would argue that in the Valiant Mice deck, this is like probably premium.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I said too. I think. All right, but I kind of want to say 5 overall.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I don't know. This is the kind of thing
It's
where
just a big penalty for only going in one deck.
I want to give this a superposition between 7 and 4 that probably averages out to 5. You know?
Putting you down for 5. Great.
War Squeak.
Oh, Hammerhand.
Yep, red for an enchantment aura, enchant a creature. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn, and you give the thing an enchant, +1/+1 in haste. Hammerhand has not historically been particularly good, right? Or at least not recently.
Yeah.
Does Valiant make that better? Not convinced. It just like isn't worth that much of a card. We haven't seen anything that's like Valiant's draw a card even, right?
Minor synergies with Hammerhand, and it's still not good enough. So
Yeah.
yeah.
3?
This,
Or is it 2?
yeah. The squeak is weak.
Okay. Oh, yeah, a weak squeak. It's a 3.
Yeah. All right. Raccoon Rallier. 1 in a red for a 2/2 Raccoon Bard. And it has tap target creature you control, gains haste until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. So this existed in Kaldheim, right?
Well, that one could tap at instant speed, but it wasn't that relevant that it could. Um, so, you know.
Yeah, it would be relevant here. So they had to
Yeah, it would be relevant here. I mean, okay, it was relevant in call time technically because of Magda, but uh,
have a little fun. Well, what would be the problem with me getting my valiant triggers in speed? What would how broken would that be?
like it just lets.
Was it really
I think the
worth
thing is,
adding,
it just lets you
another
too
sentence for the
easily.
line?
It too easily lets you double dip, right? It lets you get 2 Valiant triggers per turn cycle on a thing, without needing to cast a spell. If that makes sense.
Okay, I'm not sure I heard you cut out, but you said like
Oh,
too easily something.
It too easily allows you to get 2 Valiant triggers per turn cycle, right? With
Oh no,
instead of just one.
yes, it taps.
Wait, no. Like if
Okay,
it were
you
if
also cast. You have to cast one thing, but yeah, no, I
yeah.
understand. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine.
Anyways,
Okay,
how
this
good
card
is this?
is probably good. It's probably actually kind of good.
I think this is a 6.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a 6.
It like I don't know. This kind of effect is always like decent, but not like anything too special, you know.
Yep,
But like solidly, like I like this.
and I think it's better than usual.
Yeah, it has Valiant synergies. It like the reason why it's a raccoon is because like red green has big stuff. So like you're hasting at your big things, I guess. Amusingly though, like your big things like the 5 mana 4/5 that says like when you expend 4, it's a 6/6. It doesn't see itself expend 4, so if you give it haste, it'll only be a 4/5. Amusingly, despite the fact that you did expend 4. Yeah. Steam Path Charger. 1 in a red for a 2/1 Lizard Warlock with Offspring 2. When it dies, it deals 1 damage to target player. 2 mana 2/1 that like pings them for 1 on the way out, or like 4 mana for a 2/1 and a 1/1 that both ping on the way out. I don't know how much I want that.
So the point with this card is you put it in your Orzhov deck so that you can adjust your own life total.
I don't think that's the point with this one.
All right. So how do I think about the offspring?
4 mana for a 2/1 and a 1/1? That's like so little
That's pretty bad. But
board
the
presence.
extra damage, maybe.
I think this should have had Offspring 1. And then I would like it.
No, that would be really good.
Well,
That'd be
yeah,
really,
you're
really
allowed
good.
to have things that are really good.
No, come on. We don't want there to be, what was the name of the card? In March of the Machine, the one trait that
Yeah, no, this would be worse than the Windrake if it had Offspring 1.
barely.
Oh.
We don't want that kind of card.
Okay, fine.
We don't want that. Yeah.
Okay, fine. This could have been a 2/2. Happy?
Yeah, it could have been a 2/2.
Yeah, as is, I really don't like it. 3. This is
what?
weak.
No, you gotta be kidding.
This is
This
weak.
is fine.
This is weak.
Yeah, you can't get me lower than a 5 on this.
This is weak. I'm putting it. Put me down for a 3.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just telling you, I might give it a 6.
To 6? Really?
No. You played on 2. You played on 4. Awesome.
I don't want to play it on 4. I never want to play this on 4. Like, I feel like it's a disaster if I spend my turn 4 making a 2/1 and a 1/1.
Not a disaster.
It's a disaster.
It's not. I've got some lizards. I'm gonna make my opponent lose a life. I'm gonna give him +2/+0 and indestructible and lifelink.
Okay, so are you on 5? Are you?
Yeah.
And I am definitely on 3. Great.
Yeah, this is probably the first time I've been too higher on a card than you in like 3 sets. All right, but I'm probably wrong though.
Okay, to address chat, yes, it can force damage through in most cases. You attack with it, and either they don't block and take 2, or they do block and take 1. But the problem is, like, there's not very many times where, like, you actively care about, like, dealing 1 to your opponent enough to, like, throw away a creature, right?
Yes. I'm probably not like purely throwing away a creature. Hopefully. All right.
Anyways.
Whisker Quill Scribe is 1 in a red for a 2/2 mouse citizen, and it has Valiant. Whenever it becomes a target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Oh. I would rather just, rummage on ATB than have this Valiant thing.
Yeah, I agree. There's another thing where, like, Valiant is weird. I think that targeting your, like, sources of Valiant will be like not like, it will be rare enough that you only really benefit from your best Valiant trigger, if that makes sense, right? Like, you're not generally targeting all your creatures every turn. You're generally targeting like one thing every turn. Though notably, if you have
There's only a couple of them that are equipment. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, if you have an equipment, then you can target. You could just, like, move, like, keep moving it on everything.
You have experience in that from Modern, I guess.
I don't think they printed Shuko in this set. But
yeah.
This could be powerful. I mean, I like this still. Like, even if you like get it once, it's still like a solid 6, right? Like, a 2/2 that rummages once is just always a solid 6, I feel like.
Just because of the second toughness, like comparing it to the Goblin Piker stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like the second toughness matters a lot. And, like, imagine, like, you go this into turn 3, you play, like, the 3/2 that gives it +1/+1, you attack for 3, and you rummage a card, and the next turn you, like, play the same 3/2, except, like, this time with Offspring, and now you, like, rummage again and attack it. Like, there's some amount that you can, like having Valiant on a 2-drop is that, like, gets you value is, like, nice.
Yeah, I'm calling this card a 5.
I'm giving it a 6.
I mean, like you were saying, not only that you're not gonna, like, trigger all your stuff with Valiant in one turn. I was thinking even more that, like, probably, like, sure, we've seen a couple of the repeatable Valiant stuff, but, like, I think more you're just using these things that are, like, one-time targeting. Like, there's, like, that one red common and the one white common that, like, repeatedly, like, every turn they can tap.
Yeah, but another thing about this is, like, unlike unlike something that's ETB rummage, you get to some extent, sometimes you can choose the best time for your rummage, right? If you don't need to, if your hand is good, then you just, like,
maybe it's probably better on turn 2.
Like, rummage is better on turn 2 than later. Generally, well, okay,
on average, but not always. Yeah,
it's like, best on turn 2 or, like, really late game, right? Rummaging away lands. But, like, this lets you pick, like, when you need to rummage, like if you have something that's just, like, tap, target something, right?
And there are no common equipment. There's a good uncommon one, but no common.
Okay.
Unlucky.
Anyways, Sazakap's Brew. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was stating the grades. I got 5, you had 6.
Mm-hmm. Sazakap's Brew, 1 in the red for an instant. As initial cost, discard a card. Target player draws 2 cards, and then you can gift a tapped fish. And if you did gift, then target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So,
what a thrill of possibility!
Yeah, this is like just
Wait,
thrill
wait,
of.
wait. So last time we talked about this,
Hmm?
last time I remember we talked about highway robbery.
Yeah, and you cut out.
I can't. Okay, I was asking. We had a long discussion about highway robbery, and I'm asking you how you think that card turned out. Like, how good was it in practice?
In practice, it was like a 6.
Okay, and we probably were like we probably didn't even because we were too nervous about it. So maybe now we have permission to be generous to the thrill of possibilities.
Wait, I think we always have permission to be generous to the thrill of possibilities. I think highway robbery was a very good thrill of possibility as well, right? Like, it
Yeah,
just did a lot of good
yeah,
stuff.
I think it's probably worse. It's probably worse. It's
But
also totally different
okay,
in terms
but
of what
yeah, this
upside it
is
has.
this is extremely
Yeah,
different from highway robbery. First of all, it's instant
yeah.
speed. Second of all, like it is a
Okay,
combat
we can also
trick.
list all this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a completely different card. I just wanted to, you know, not repeat all the things we said about real possibility
Yeah.
last time.
So okay, so
Uh,
obviously you generally want to you generally don't really want to gift the tapped fish, like just to do it, right? Like you need to find like
yeah.
you're not going to do
You're
it for
not
two
going to push you two
damage.
damage.
Yeah,
No way.
yeah. Unless it's like lethal or very close to, generally, right?
Yeah.
Um, and amusingly, this I was gonna say, oh wow, this is the thrill of possibility that can sometimes double as like deal 2 to target player, but like. You can't really top deck it productively, right? Because like you have to, even if you're just doing it for the +2/+0
Yeah.
mode, like you always have to discard one, draw two.
It also valiant if you get the push. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have
I
to
think the
have
valiant's pretty real.
you have to discard a card to cast this. It is one notable thing.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how thrill always works. Well, not always, but yeah, that's how
Yeah,
it works.
but the thing is, like, this would meaningfully be better if you
I
could
know, I know, I know.
choose to just cast it as 2 mana
Yeah.
+2/+0. you know.
Yeah.
Um, I have no idea how to evaluate this. Like, how often do you want your thrill like to randomly like give something +2/+0 for a
I think the
fish?
valiant is pretty important.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
agree.
Uh, and I think if you're able to like make a positive trade happen, then it's probably worth doing that for a 1/1.
Probably. Yeah. Okay.
But probably not by much actually.
Yeah. But like,
Mm,
I don't know. I this is a really weird card.
yeah, I think I have to be low on it, or relatively at least. I think I have to give it a
I'm
5.
torn between high 5, low 6 right now.
Yeah, and I could see because I want to say 6.
Okay. Let me think long and hard about this. I'm gonna give it a 6.
All right, take out the trash.
Oh,
One
why do
red
you say?
turn instant. Oh, take out the trash deals. Oh, it's a raccoon. That's funny. All right, it deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So it's
Okay.
like volcanic spite, but you have to have a raccoon.
Yeah.
But it goes to your graveyard instead. At the bottom.
Yeah. Going to the graveyard is slightly better than on the bottom.
Probably.
Usually,
Probably.
usually.
Yeah.
Um.
Red probably won't care a ton. So
So
raccoon is the red green thing.
yes, yes. So okay, volcanic spite is like an 8, right? Like very, very solidly an 8, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So how good is like volcanic spite if you have a raccoon, or otherwise just deal 3? Obviously, like 2 mana deal 3 is good, anyways, right?
Yeah. So the raccoon we've had so far in red is the appeased guy.
Maybe it's still an 8.
Maybe.
It's like a low 8 if it is an 8, I feel
Yeah,
like.
I mean we haven't seen.
We haven't seen. And then you cut out. Whoops.
Like I would say this is the second best red Earl. Can't hear you.
I wish the internet did not fail us like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Hear you now though.
Sorry, you were saying we haven't seen what?
I was saying this is the second best common we've seen so far.
Is this the second best common we've seen so far? Well, oh, I guess like we just didn't like any of the blue or black commons. Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and we're most of the way through the commons.
Okay, I think I'll give this an 8. No, I think I'll give it a 7. It just doesn't feel like an 8, you know?
All right.
How about you? How are you feeling?
8 for me. Yeah, I'm committed.
To address the comment in chat that they don't think Volcanic Spite is a top 3 common, I strongly disagree. Volcanic Spite is a pretty messed up card. Yeah. Kindle Spark Duo.
Yeah, I mean, that set also had some other broken commons, but
that is fair. But like,
yeah, but this one that doesn't seem to. One does not seem to.
It's a Volcanic Spite is a removal spell that gives you card advantage. Like that's for 2 mana. That's very, very strong. Anyways, Kindle Spark Duo. 2 and a red for a 1/3 Lizard Otter. It has tap, deal 1 damage to target opponent. And when you cast a non-creature spell, untap it. So it's like it's kind of like the Catapult from Wilds of Eldraine. Except it's a 1/3 without Defender instead of a 0/4.
Yeah.
1/3.
Oh, it's a Lizard Otter.
Yeah.
That's
1/3
cool, actually.
is much
this is like
worse.
A legitimate glue.
Yeah. This is legitimate glue. Like it
works for both.
It works for both, but I will say 1/3 is much worse than 0/4 on for this kind of thing, right? Because like
you're not attacking.
Yeah, you really don't want to be attacking with this thing instead of just tapping it to deal 1. But like this can, this kind of effects can do a lot if you have a lot of non-creature spells, but at the same time can also be kind of clunky, right? Like 3 mana 1/3.
Yeah.
I suspect that this is going to be like on the pretty bad end of things because like 1/3 just doesn't block like at all.
I'm excited about it, like trying to make it good, but I'm gonna say it's a 4.
Yeah, I was leaning 4 as well.
Yeah. All right, Roughshod Duo, 2 and a red for a 3/2 Mouse Raccoon with Trample, and whenever you expend 4, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains Trample until end of turn. Okay,
this is a card. This is a really good card.
You're Valiant,
right?
Yeah, if you can curve it into a 4-drop.
Yeah, like if you just curve this into spending 4 mana in some way, like
on spells, yeah.
Yeah, right. Like it doesn't have to be a 4-drop. It could be like the 4 mana Anthem, right? Or 2 2-drops.
Yeah.
And like then it's like you can. I feel like the way to think of this is like it's almost like a 3 mana 4/3, right? Like it's just not that hard to trigger it.
Hopefully not. Yeah, I'm in.
And Stratball too. I don't know. I really like this 6.
But how is that really liking it? Should give it a 7.
Yeah, I will give it a 7. I will in fact give this a 7. Low 7.
Great.
What are you giving it?
7.
Okay, nice. Agate Assault, 2 in a red for a sorcery. Choose one. Either deal 4 to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Or exile target artifact. So, 3 mana, deal 4. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, good. 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is an instant in Thunder Junction that didn't exile and had spree, so you could do both.
Yes, that's true.
Right? And that was like the best common, right?
Yeah, but
But
that
I think
one
this
was
is
like Red just didn't have very
really
many
good
good
still.
commons. That one was still a 7. I don't know. I think this is a 7, but
Okay.
like kind of mediocre. I don't know.
Oh.
Sorcery is much different than instant.
Yeah, okay, but I was just worried you were gonna give it like a 5 or something.
No. Well, I say like on the low end of
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with this card.
Yeah,
I
it's like
assume the
okay.
exile will be upside, I
Yeah, no,
guess.
like there are various things I care
Yeah.
about the graveyard in this set.
Yeah.
So
Or like death triggers, whatever. Yeah. All right. So we both had 7. Next card is Alania's Passmaker. 3 in a red for a 4/2 auto wizard. When it enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Cool. Cool.
8. It just draws a card.
It just draws a card, I agree. So that does make it 8. Yep.
Like 4 to like I think if it were a 3/2 I would say 7, but like 4 mana 4/2, just like has power and has a lot of power. I don't know. Triggers your expend stuff pretty well as well. Frilled Spark Shooter. 3 in a red for a 3/3 lizard archer. Menace Reach. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if the opponent lost life this turn. So wait, well, what do you mean functional laptop owner? I don't know if the internet issues are because I have a functional laptop, but anyways, this is a 4.
Yeah, it's debatable which one of us or both of us has or has not.
Yeah, I suspect that this is more of a internet issue than a laptop issue. Like almost certainly, like it's one of us has a poor connection. Yeah. Anyways, so this is a 4 mana 3/3 Menace Reach. That's sometimes a 4 mana 4/4 Menace Reach. How good are each of those? How good is a 4 mana 3/3 Menace Reach? Like a 3, 4?
That's not quite good enough for me. Yeah, 3 or 4.
Four mana 4/4 Menace Reach.
That would be
5?
a 6. A 6.
I think that would be a 5.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
So put them together and you get, I would say, a 4.
Yeah. Disappointing.
A 4 for how much mana it costs.
What's the point of like working to deal your opponent damage if the upside is like nothing?
I don't know. The upside is you draw a card every turn with the uncommon. It's fine.
Great. Yeah, that would be good. All right. Conduct Electricity. 4 in a red for an instant. Conduct Electricity deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage up to 1 target creature token. Wait, didn't we just have this?
Yeah, we just had this. Is Trick Shot, yes.
Yeah.
I think quite exactly Trick Shot.
Is there any difference?
I don't think so.
There is a difference. There is a difference. Can you find it?
It says this does not hit Planeswalker tokens. Is that the difference?
No. The difference is you can't kill an 8 toughness token with Trick Shot.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's a good difference. Okay. That's a good difference. So if your opponent shows up with their 8/8 token, you can kill it with this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right. Jeez. I feel like
Uh,
Trick Shot was not very good.
no, this is not very good either. I don't think. All right, like, okay, so
I
like
don't.
this will kill a lot of
The
babies, you know.
yeah.
But like there were
Were
mercenaries in
there?
the last set too, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, the mercenaries were more color focused. I think probably every color has offspring.
Yeah, I guess. I'll give this a tentative 5. Oh yeah. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Trick Shot, I would say is a 4.
Yeah, so I'm giving this a tentative 5.
That's very tentative. I'm thinking it was 4.
Okay.
All right, red.
How's red?
Okay, I am higher. I have actually higher numbers to red than you did.
Nice.
So I said 5.5 for red. You said 5.42. And so for me, I have red above black, but you have black above red.
Hmm.
And you have red basically tied with blue.
Yeah, I'm not
And a
liking it.
lot.
Like this was. I feel like I was looking at cards of this set, and it's just like maybe I should just like lower my standards because this seems like a lower power set than I would expect. I don't know.
Yeah, I do think they've turned it back a little bit.
Ready
Also,
to go? Ready to go on the green or?
yeah, I was just saying that this set doesn't have a bonus sheet or like any nonsense going on. So the number of rares is probably down as well. So it's just
There's
like going to
special
be more chill,
guests. There are special
limited.
guests, but
Yeah, but that's a 1 in 8 replacing a common sort of thing.
mhm.
That's not a slot in the boost
Yeah, yeah,
list.
yeah, yeah. Anyways, so Sun Shower Druid for a screen card, green for a 0/2
Yeah.
Frog Druid. When it enters, put a counter +1/+1 counter on target creature, and you gain 1 life. This now this is a card, right? Like it's a 1 mana 1 like baseline 1 mana 1/3 gain a life, right? 1 mana is
Yeah.
a lot less than 2 mana. Like obviously 1/3 is not the best stat line, but it's 1 mana, right? And then like
Okay, but I mean, I would give a 1 mana 1/3 no text a like 2. I don't
what?
know. That's horrible.
I don't know.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not horrible.
Okay,
Bad.
but like you get to put this you just get to like throw this counter somewhere and then have a 0/2. It's like a piece of cardboard. I
What
guess
are you gonna
we
do with your cardboard?
didn't see
I
a
know
village
you're gonna
rights. Mm,
blink it.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're supposed to blink it. That's what the frogs do. And this is good because you could return to your hand and replay it for cheap. That's nice. But you're only getting a counter on a life each time. It's not like you're going wild or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think this is at least a 6. Like, it's a 1 mana creature.
Are you playing it on turn 1? Are you playing it on turn?
Yeah, I'm playing it on turn 1 sometimes.
Are you feeling good about it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, you know what I want to do with this? I want to like cast my draw 3 and then play this card and be like, how are you gonna kill me now? I gained a life and made a 1/3.
No, I get that. Yeah, it's obviously good when you have plenty of cards and want to burn them on not dying.
This is the
I'll give
definition of defensive speed. I'm giving this a 6.
it.
How are you ever attacking into a 1/3? I don't understand. Good luck.
Not very hard to attack into a 1/3. All right, you got High Stride. Single green. This is Isn't this sudden spinnerets or something?
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, I'll read it. High stride, single green instant. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. Untap it.
See, the thing is, like,
Yeah, there's like
they have to keep reprinting this effect with different names all the time, and I don't know why.
Why does it? Yeah, why does that have a different name?
But this is a 6. This is always a 6. Forever will be a 6. 6.
All right, so it's Leaping Ambush, and it's Sudden Spinnerets, but without the counter. It's just one time. Okay, so the only thing is literally is Leaping Ambush.
Yeah, but there's plenty of like other things that are like green
I don't think
untapped.
you can farm.
Like, how exact do you need to be? Like, do you count the like +2/+2 untap reach one? Like, I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, no, I've only counted the exact. Anyway, this card, I don't think it's actually like actively good. I think it's decent. I've never been like, card's great.
I think this is a 6.
I think it's totally playable.
I think that's like, this is the kind of one of that I actively always want a copy of.
I've got a question for you. Would you rather have your creature get +1/+3, or would you rather have a 1/3? Actually, sorry, I was just wondering. It seems like you like.
I think that like, I think that this is like similar to the previous card in power level.
Yeah.
But they do different things. They do very different things. They're both defensive speed cards, but they do very different things.
Yeah, we can move on. I think it's a lot better. Other one. Wait, AM both 5s? Darn.
I'm giving both of them 6s. Anyways,
I want to give it.
It's okay. It's okay. We're on green, which means that I have to consistently be 1 grade higher than you. That's just how it works. You know, we're talking about green cards.
Yeah. But I like green too.
No, I'm aware that you really like green the color, but I like green the cards. You know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Although I will say, last set we both were extremely high in green, and we were correct.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Longstock Brawl. Green for a sorcery. You have 2 creatures you control fight, but if you gift a tapped fish, you first put a counter on your thing. So it's prey upon or gift a tapped fish to have it be like get a counter. So like,
Okay.
The thing is, like, you can never like get more stats than they're getting, right? Like, compared to prey upon. Like, if you get the +1/+1 counter, they get a fish.
No, but sometimes the counter makes the difference between like this card being uncastable, killing the thing you need to kill.
Yeah, I agree. So like, it is definitely a big upside on prey upon, but it's like. Yeah, and it's very nice that it still costs 1 mana, even for the +1/+1 mana. But like, it does have this is not like 3 mana, give it a +1/+1 counter fight. I think it's worse than that.
Yeah. I expect I usually wouldn't do it if it's not affecting how the fight goes at all. Not a hard and fast rule, but probably not.
I think you will gift pretty often, because like. You are very literally getting the same amount of stats as them. It's just like,
I think it's going to affect the fight a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. But like, I think even if it doesn't affect the fight, like the extra stat, like you get it more hastily than they do. It depends on like how much do you think they care about going wide versus you care about going tall is like a big question. Yeah.
If they're going to get a chance to jump with their fish, that's not good.
Probably not.
Anyway.
But anyways, I think that this card is a solid
7.
Yep, 7.
Great. Baker's Bane Duo. 1 in a green for a 2/2 squirrel raccoon. When it enters, make a food. when you expend 4, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
They're just cheating on this one. Most of the duos, they were like, oh, we're gonna do two things that we're gonna do one thing that like satisfies both both creature types. This is like, I don't know, you're just doing two completely separate things, right? Like
yeah, but this is a good card.
Yeah, like I did not expect to get both lines of text here. Either line of text I've been satisfied by. Both lines of text? Is this a 7?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, wait. So compare this to the black-green uncommon, right? The black-green uncommon is a 2-mana 3/2 that has ETB or dies make a food, right? So the difference is this doesn't make a food when it dies, and this is sometimes a 3/3, sometimes a 2/2, whereas that one is always a 3/2. It's shockingly close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that one was an 8. This one could be a 7. It's okay. I think it's a high 7.
Yeah, this could almost be an 8. How much better is this than the red 2s? This is a 3/3. like I don't know. This like attacks with 3 way too often, and like gives you 2 pieces of cardboard. Like this is so much better than the red 2s.
And that's the impressive part to me, is how much better than like the other colors had kind of mopey to drop premium. So that's a big difference.
Yeah. 3 tree root weaver. 1 in the green for a 1/3 mole druid. Typeless, excuse me. SMH. Anyways, it has tap, add 1 mana of any color. So just 2 mana, 1/3 mana dork. I think that this is strong. I think that like obviously this goes best in red green, where you're trying to like expend 4 a bunch. Right, this lets you cast 4 mana spells earlier.
Okay. Well, you probably don't have something on turn 3 with this curve that cares about spend 4, but it's fine.
Yeah, but you know, like it just lets you like more easily expend 4, right?
Yes.
And like it fixes your mana. It's 1/3 is like a decent mana dork stat line, right? Just in general.
It doesn't die to the black 2 mana removal.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
pretty nice.
It's great. I'll probably call it a 6 though.
I'm calling it a 6. Yeah. I like can't really call a mana dork a 7 unless it's like really special.
It doesn't actually do. It doesn't have more things. 1 in the green for an instant. Mill 4 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you control a squirrel or return a squirrel card to your hand this way, create a food token.
Pretty good.
So, food token, Eldrazi Scion. Pretty similar, huh?
This is instant speed.
Yeah, the instant is what's insane about it.
Yeah. Malevolent Rumble or something. Obviously, this is worse than Malevolent Rumble. Malevolent Rumble, kind of busted card, but like this is very good.
We're not playing modern here either.
Yeah. Okay, so like I mentioned this when we were talking about expend, but like this card gives you 2 expend fodder, right? Like gives you the food, and it also gives you the cards in your graveyard.
No. The food does not count.
What do you mean?
Oh, you mean forage. You mean forage.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, not expend, forage. I did mean it forage, yes. It gives you 2 forage fodders, right? Or 1 card, which was very nice. And you also like don't need so a lot of the other, so there's this cycle of like every color has 2 cards that like care about you having a creature type, right?
Right.
Most of the other ones
only gets cared about once.
Yes. Most of the other ones are like if you control a type, right? But this one, like, you don't need to control the squirrel. You can just get the squirrel back.
Find it.
Yeah.
Well, you have to have it in your top 4. Yeah.
No, but it's either, right? Either you control a squirrel or you can find it. Like, either of those works. And it was great.
Okay, but if you don't have the squirrel, you're gambling.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that this one's just much easier to trigger the upside on than the other ones, right?
Yes, sure.
Um,
I mean, it's still kind of just
7.
moves in. I don't know if I can call this premium. I can't.
This is
Sorry.
premium. This is premium. I'm giving this a 7.
I give it a 6. I know you are.
Druid of the Spade. 2 in the two in the green for a rabbit druid. It's a 2/3. But as long as you control a token, it gets +2/+0 and has trample. Notably, any token, so like a creature token or a food token.
Food.
So this is either
Yeah.
a 3-mana 2/3, which is like a 2, or this is a 3-mana 4/3 trample, which is like a 6, maybe.
Yeah.
Rounds to 5.
Uh, so offspring, foods, what else?
Offspring food, just random rabbit tokens.
Rabbit tokens, maybe. Yeah, 5 is generous, I think. I'll accept.
I think there's enough things like specifically the food part makes me more excited about this because it's easier to keep a food on the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Hmm.
know. I'm feeling generous.
Right. Sticky Tongue Sentinel. 2 in a green for a 3/3 frog warrior with reach. When it enters, return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. I
Reset your
haven't
ETBs.
seen the cards. Yeah, but I just haven't seen the cards that I'm like super excited to return to my hand.
The one
Those
drop.
cards that I'm willing to, I'm not super excited to return that to my hand. I'll do it. I'm fine with it. But it's not that's not like huge upside here. Like especially if I played the 1 drop on turn 1 and it already has the counter on it. I
I
mean I'm
suspect
gaining
that
the
we'll
life, maybe
okay. The thing
usually.
is like this is a card that will look much better after we've done the uncommons because like I suspect we'll see more of that kind of thing at the uncommon slot, right? Like I know there's for example an
Uh
enchantment at uncommon that's like ETB fight.
there is. Is it like an enchantment?
It's a
Okay.
class. There's classes.
Oh class. It's a class, okay. Alright. Um I mean I hope I haven't leveled it up then, but whatever.
Oh, ETB bite even better. Anyways, I don't know. I think that this is like okay. I would like to invite you to think of this as Kami of the bathtub. You know what card I'm talking about, right?
Why would I know what card you're talking
Okay,
about?
you played Neon Dynasty, right?
No, I
Surely.
didn't. No, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
It's the so okay. It was a 4-mana 4/3 that had ETB. You may return an enchantment to your hand if you do gain 3 life. This is like that. Like it's not always going. It's not going to be like good in a vacuum, but like there, I think there will be plenty of decks where this will be very good. I'm gonna give this a
Okay.
6.
I 3 reach.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can say 5.
this is definitely a 6
Not
for me.
just because of that, but like that's enough that the floor is high enough that I'm willing. Yeah,
So you're giving this a 5?
yeah, yeah.
I'm giving it a 6, definitely. We'll see. Heaped Harvest. This one's a spicy one. 2 in the green for an artifact food. Spicy food, apparently. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tap, then shuffle. And it has 2 tap, sack it, gain rate, like all food does. So it's 3 mana ramp, make a food. But then when you sack that food, you also get to ramp again. But notably, like it's when you sack it through any means.
Yeah, the forge ideally.
I like this card. I think this card is strong. Just like the amount of stuff you
Yeah,
get out of it.
I guess in your forge you also got the forge. Yeah.
Yeah, like the
Like
amount of stuff
assuming
you get
you
out of it
forage,
is
it,
really
it enables your forage.
yeah. Just so okay. Imagine okay. Obviously, 4 mana ramp twice is not good and limited, right? But like,
No, but that's not. That's it's
but
cultivate.
like, yeah. This is more like cultivate than that, and like you get to do 5 mana ramp twice, gain 3 like baseline, but like also there's many ways of making it better. I always overrate the 3 mana ramp, but I think this is
Yeah.
pretty good 3 mana ramp.
You do also always say this time it's pretty good, but it's okay. I'm listening. Uh, I think you need to forage,
I agree
and
you
I
need to
think
forage.
the appeal is that it let you forage for free in
Yeah.
addition to being cultivate. The other weird thing is with cultivate you get to play your land untapped next turn, whereas this the second land you find is tapped, but it's okay.
I'm very
Like
tempted
if
to
you
give
play
this a
this,
6, but I know that it should be a 5, but I'm going to pick it
if you
like it's
want
a
to use
7.
this, okay, whatever. If you like play this to try to ramp into 5, you have to actually have a fifth land in hand,
Yes, that's true.
which is not too hard. I don't know. Okay, look, I am certainly not going higher than 5. It's probably honestly a 4, but 5 is fine.
I really want to just give this a 6, but you won't let me hear the end of it, so I'll give it a 5.
Yeah, like yeah, Jason. Cards like this have often
Sorry, what did you say?
been, cards like this have often been threes in reality.
Okay,
So
wait,
we
wait.
have to be
Okay,
careful.
actually, before I commit to giving this a grade, I need to look up how like what exactly in the set says forage, and like how you can forage in this set. So there's one that's coming up that's like a 4 mana card that's like a 4 mana 2/4 reach forage draw card. I know that. Um,
Okay, it's actually just the hybrid card and then a few uncommons. There's only one common that's a hybrid that
no, wait,
forage
no, no.
is,
There's
which
two
is the one you
commons. There's
mentioned.
two commons. There's the 4 mana draw card forage thing, and the hybrid one that we've already seen.
Yeah, I said besides the hybrid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how many things say sacrifice a food? Oh, imagine
Any?
you play this and then your opponent has something in hand that says like your opponent loses 3, discards a card, or sacrifices non-land permanent. You really get
Oh,
them. You really get
yeah.
them.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
um, what says sacrifice? I guess not very many things say sacrifice. Eh,
Uh,
I'm giving it a 6. I'm giving it a 6.
okay. My 5 is generous at this point.
My 6 is extremely generous, but that's fine.
Rust Shield Rampager. 3 and a green for a 4/4 Raccoon Warrior who is Offspring 2. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. A weird thing to have on a 1/1, but
Yeah.
okay. Well, so hold on. I don't want to pay the Offspring really, but
I
I
mean, you
also
will if you just like randomly have 2 mana lying around.
I know, I know.
You just get a free 1/1, right? Or like to
I
pay
don't
2 mana for a 1.
personally have the mana lying around, but okay. And I don't. This 4 drop is pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I think this rounds to like a 5. How do you feel about 5 for this?
Barely.
I think that the offspring is enough upside of like it is legitimately nice to like get 2 pieces of cardboard.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, I
I
would be
mean, four
giving it a
mana four
4.
four
But
is just too solid to or 4 mana 4/4. Too
yeah,
solid.
it
Like
either costs 4 mana or 6 mana, so I'm giving it a 5. Split the difference. Okay. Tree Guard Duo. 3 and a green for a 3/4 Frog Rabbit. So it naturally will have an ETB ability that cares about how many creatures you have. So when it enters, until end of turn, target creature you control gains Vigilance and gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Notably counting this, so you just get to give something like make something big and vigilant and swing with it. I think this is a very good card. This like
So it's always like +2/+2 at least.
yeah, basically, or like if you're using the trigger,
like
it's always
almost more.
+2/+2. Yeah,
Yeah.
and like
Oh, that's even cool.
vigilance. It also gives a thing of vigilance.
Oh, vigilance. Gives
Yes.
it vigilance. Ooh.
So like you get to swinging with a big thing and still have something back to block. This is like just I forget if there's like a good comparison, but like this is just a card that lets you that pushes damage while also like just very good mid range card. It just interacts in combat well, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a 6.
Mm-hmm. I expected you to say 7, honestly. But I
Are you
probably don't think it's a 7.
are you considering giving it a 7?
I was. That's what I was considering.
Maybe it
But
is a 7. Okay, I'll give it a 7. That's a good point.
what? See, the reason I didn't was just because you need some setup.
I don't think you need some setup,
Well,
right? Like
I mean,
you just need creatures on the battlefield is all.
yeah. So you play your 2-drop and 3-drop, and like maybe they just traded and died, and now you don't want to curve this on 4.
Okay, fine, it's a 6.
Yeah.
Next up.
Oh, so you did go down to 6. Okay.
Yeah, I did go down to 6.
All right. 3 top centuries. 3 in green for a 2/4 squirrel archer with reach. And as you said, when it enters, you may forage if you do draw a card. Nice. So the red one was 4 mana, 4/2. You don't have to do anything. You draw a card.
Yeah.
They didn't have reach though, or something, right?
No. And it was impulse draw. Slightly worse than draw.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so this is not quite as good, probably, but it's close.
I think that.
I'll say it's a 7.
Yeah, I think it's a 7. Like forge does cost something. So like I'm not.
Yeah.
So it's not quite an 8, but
you can't always do it on curve.
yeah. Polywallop. 3 and a green for an instant. Costs 1 less to cast for each frog you control. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. So this really kill something. Like the thing is dead. Twice its power.
You cut out, but I assume you just read the card.
Yes.
Okay.
I was saying that this really kills something. Like your opponent's creature is dead.
And hopefully for 2 or 3 mana.
Hopefully. Hey, see, this is why you play the 1 mana 1/3 to make it, because it costs 0 mana. Actually.
Okay, all right. As good as that. I got it. Instant. So I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of like murder, but you really have to think about it a lot.
You do have to think about it a lot to make it a murder.
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is like
maybe it might not even be a 6. It might be a 5.
Yeah, it's 5 or 6. Hard to say. Depends on how many frogs you have, I guess.
Yeah, it depends on. Okay. I'll say 5.
I'll say 6. I have to be one higher than you.
You certainly have more frogs. That is without a doubt. All right, that is the last green one. Wait,
yep.
So no green 5-drop?
No, okay, so that's the thing, right? There's no green 5-drop at common. There's nothing that costs 5 or more in green at common. Or sorry,
But that's
there's the red
crazy.
green hybrid. There's a red green hybrid
Hybrids don't count.
and the
That's
white green
crazy.
hybrid. But yeah, like
There's a
it's
5 mana red removal spell. There's a 5 mana black removal spell and a 5 mana black creature. There's a 5 mana blue creature, 5 mana blue draw spell, 5 mana white creature.
yeah, it's kind of
There's
weird
no
though.
5 mana green card at all.
Nope. Green is lean, clean and lean.
I mean, green is the one color where I kind of want that knockout, but whatever.
So how do we do in terms of average ratings?
How did we do? Yes. All right. You have green as the best color at 6.08, and I have it just behind white at 5.69.
Seems about right.
Yep. Okay, so I mean, the colors aren't that imbalanced so far.
They feel
I think
imbalanced to
green
me.
and white. What?
They feel pretty imbalanced to me so far in the commons, but like uncommons do matter
Okay.
a lot.
We like green and white the most, and I think there's a bit of a gap for red, and then I think there's a bit of a gap for the black. Not really even. Maybe,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Shall we look
Oh,
at the last
sure.
6 colorless cards before
Yeah.
we call it for today?
All right. We've got Hidden Grotto. It's a land. It taps for colorless. When it enters, you surveil 1, and you can pay 1 and have it tap mana of a color.
We've seen this
They
many,
call
many
what is it?
times.
Yeah, was it called Hidden Grotto before though?
No.
Wasn't. They've had like
Crystal Grotto?
many crystal grottos.
Like the Crystal Grotto was the scry one, I think, instead of
It didn't even have an.
this.
Oh yeah. Oh, there was one that surveilled, wasn't there?
That was Conduit Pylons. That was a desert in uh, OTJ.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, this card is always like
yeah.
good. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
6.
You put it in straight 2 color decks.
Well, many of the straight 2 color decks like surveilling.
Yes. I know. Yeah.
6.
And I'm. Okay, but Jason, I'm just trying to be clear what you mean. Like, you are putting this in your 2 color deck,
Yeah.
and probably not actually your splashing decks. Depends how much they're
No,
splashing. They're splashing many colors, then maybe.
no. Like I just put this in every deck except the like most aggressive ones.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Then I'll say 6. Yeah. Uncharted Haven. This is like a reprint from a Jumpstart set,
No, this is a
I
reprint
think.
from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. This is enters
Oh,
tapped. As it enters, choose a color, and you get to add a mana of that color. So like it's like Evolving Wilds, except
yeah.
instead of searching, you just like choose the color.
You have to remember it though.
Yeah, it's slightly better than Evolving Wilds, but maybe slightly worse with Threshold.
And Forage and like Dextoning.
No, the deck thing is not
Only,
real. Like not having to play the basic, not having to play the basic is
yeah.
better. But yeah,
Yeah, I feel like if the like besides obviously the not having to play the basic is huge potentially, but like once you fix that, like once your deck is the way it is, I'm pretty sure the Dextoning is real. Like not very real, but it is an upside.
mm. Sometimes it's downside. Like when you keep an opening hand with 2 lands, one of them being an Evolving Wilds, it is legitimately bad that you're deck thinning your
I
with your
understand.
Evolving Wilds.
My claim is just that on average, lands are better in your opening hand than elsewhere.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Lands have a high opening hand win rate or something. Not
Uh,
really.
that's probably true. Like slightly. Okay, anyway.
Anyways,
Okay, so
this
this
is
is
this is a
premium.
six, seven, seven. Yeah, seven. Let's go seven.
Yeah.
There's
So this
no
is
other
not
fixing in the
just.
set. Like, there's no fixing in the set.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. That's not even why I gave it a 7. I was just thinking like the grotto. You play it maybe in every deck, but only begrudgingly. This you like actively want in every deck. You're
Yeah.
like, oh come on, I wish I had hate it.
Yep. So this is seven.
Yeah.
Great. Um,
Like,
Fountain Port Bell.
you
This is
said there was
the
no more fixing. It's my turn.
yeah. There's no more
Uh,
land fixing.
y-
No more good fixing.
yeah. Okay. Well, let's read the bad fixing. Fountain Port Bell, 1 mana artifact. When it enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and shuffle and put that card on top. And 1 sack it, draw a card. Huh.
It's 2 mana.
So this
Find
is
a basic.
cool.
Is it
It was
cool?
better.
This is like
I'm not okay.
pretty.
I'm not making a comment on its goodness.
Okay.
So this is like better than Traveler's Angle. So it's a nice upgrade.
Yeah, it's like slightly better than Traveler's Amulet. It's like very, very slightly better than Traveler's Amulet.
Wait, but also no, it's also better because you can cycle this for 2 if you don't want to land at all.
That is true. You're not wrong.
Yeah. This is like a 2 mana abundant harvest.
Sure. um, I don't think that makes it good though. This is like a 5.
Okay, but let's like sometimes these cards are like threes, the bad fixing. It's like, oh, I don't play this. I'm totally willing to play this, I think.
Oh, to be clear, I'm giving Traveler's Amulet a 5, and I don't think this is that much different.
Oh, I think it's much better. Yeah, this is much better. I mean, maybe you're. This is the thing. Like, I'm always lower on fiction in general, but then higher on the specific card, which is the same grade. I don't know. I think this is like so much better than Traveler's Amulet.
It doesn't change what deck you play it in.
Maybe it does. Like the amulet, if you play it on turn 1, you like sometimes have to crack it on turn 2, and that's horrible. Or like
Yeah,
disrupts your curve a
I
lot more. This you
guess.
can just curve out after you play on turn 1, curve out, and later crack it. When you actually have
That's
time to crack.
fair. Sure. I don't know. I'm still giving it a 5.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I probably also gonna give it a 5.
Like the thing is, like, how good
Yeah.
like the exact mechanics of the fixing doesn't matter to me because like fixing is something that like it's a very specific thing where I know when I want it and like I know like like I know how to like take it and it's not like
But if this card were worse, that would make me less willing to try and slash. Because I don't want to have to play this.
yeah, but it's really weird
amulet.
to
I don't want to play that.
interface that with a grade, right? Like that's why like I'm just always giving this a 5. Okay, we talked too much about this. Let's move on.
Okay.
3 tree mascot, 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature shapeshifter changeling. It has the salvage mana worker ability. 1, add a mana of any color, activate only once each turn. So this is mana fixer. That's all your types. Just in case you cared. Oh, this is a bird without flying.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I don't know. I think this is
But colorless
okay.
changeling is really a cute touch for this set.
Yeah, but like how much do you care?
But also doesn't matter.
Right? Like okay, well, let me try to
There's
search
2
like
commons in each color that care about.
yeah, but like there's a cycle of lands that care. There's like various things.
Yeah, those are some uncommons too.
There's like various uncommons and rares that care. So like I think that this is like changing is legitimately upside here in a way that makes me want to give this like. You're gonna hate me for saying this, but 5.
Yeah, so this one I'm gonna say is lower. Like I don't want to play 2-1. Just yeah, it's super fragile too. I like the 1/3 better.
Great, 5 it is. Let's move on.
Okay, but consider I'm using a 4. Yeah. Bumble flower share pot. 5, tap sacket, destroy target non-land permanent. Only as a sorcery.
You cut out a bit,
Okay.
and probably people did not hear you say that. It's a 2-mana artifact that makes a food when it enters. So, how good is 7 mana kill something, make a food?
Bad, but don't think of it as 7 mana.
Yeah, I know. Like, you've spent 7 mana total.
I know, but you don't. You're waiting until you have 7 lands is really bad.
Sure. Yeah. So this is a 3. 5 minus 2 is 3.
Okay, no math. I don't know, might be worse. I guess it's fine. I guess
This is one of the
5
better
mana.
versions of this that we've seen, like the expensive, like,
Yeah, it
kill
is actually.
anything.
All right, I'll
Right?
give it 3 then. Yeah.
Barkform
So,
Harvester, another changeling. This one is a 3 mana 2/3 reach. And this
Oh.
has 2 mana, put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Woo, looping.
That's a funny card to put that ability on.
This is a 3 mana 2/3 reach, which is like a 4.
No, that would be a 3.
Okay, yeah, sorry. With Changeling makes it a 4. Let's
The
put it
Changeling
that
would
way.
make it a 4. I don't know what that ability is going to matter in this set. I don't think it's going to.
Hey, you could like play like a turbo self mill thing.
No, you can't.
Cash grab.
How many copies do you have?
4?
4 copies? All right, good for you. I don't think it's had 4 copies of that card.
Yeah.
You're just going to die.
I'm messing her, but like, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. This is like a 4.
Okay, this is good with cash grab though, because it is a squirrel.
I agree. It is a squirrel. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, where does that leave us? That's all the commons.
Yeah. So we have got cards left. We've done we've done exactly half, or like one more than half. We've done 91 out of 180.
Yep.
90 left.
Yep. So yeah, where is our ending total of all the comments? What's the average?
Oh, I don't know.
Can you calculate that?
I don't have that number for you.
Oh, okay. Unfortunate. Well, anyways,
I can do it.
While Julian is doing that, this will be everything for today. We'll be back tomorrow again. Same place, possibly the same time, but maybe a bit earlier this time because I accidentally overslept. We'll be back with all the uncommons. We're not going to care about rares or mythics; those are fake, even in the Play Booster world, apparently. But yeah, you can find our grades, our arbitrary or less arbitrary numbers right here. Lists all the words that, or all the numbers that we said. Yeah. Anything else? I guess. Well, did you get our average?
5.4 average for me and 5.6 for you. Did you hear that?
5.6 average. Nice. I was closer to our target.
For you, yeah. No, the target is including uncommons.
Oh, it's including uncommons. Okay, I didn't realize that. Anyways, you have anything else to say before we head out? Oh, we didn't. We didn't. Did we get any? Do we get any 1s or 2s? I'm curious.
We did not. We were cowards. We did not.
Okay. Well, I think there weren't any Uno cards, so that was correct. But like maybe there were 2s.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah. I think that should be everything. So let me find someone to raid. Uh,
All right, I'm gonna head out. Bye.
Bye. Thank you for coming on. Okay. Who are we rating? Live Cube Tournament. I guess we're rating Lord Tupperware. I don't know exactly what this live Cube tournament is that's happening, but hope you enjoy his stream. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with Julian again. Um, enjoy. I guess I need to. I don't understand why it makes you wait like 10 seconds to press the raid button. Why can't you just like press the raid button now? Anyways, goodbye.